the Big Bang, evolution, neuroscience. It's to teach us that there's no God, there's no purpose. It's all just random. It's all just material. So how do we get this to this point? Okay. The answer is very simple, and we'll be discussing this throughout the rest of the semester. Okay?
I thought it was on. But whatever. What's going on? Why did the elites worship Satan in today's episode? Let's figure it out. What's going on, NPCs? What's up, Nero? Little Wing, good to see you. Coco, what up? Let's figure it out. Nice TikTok raid yesterday, Nero Jack, with the Masonic brothers. I'm your host, Gabriel, and let's get after it. Let's surf the apocalypse. Pastor John.
Okay, remember the Big Bang, evolution, neuroscience. It's to teach us that there's no God, there's no purpose. It's all just random. It's all just material.
Neuroscience is here to teach you that there's no purpose. Maybe to a similar breath, so is quantum theory and all that, and physics, multiple universes. Because if you believe in there's multiple universes, a lot of opportunity to get bogged down into thinking about all these infinite possibilities, and you won't focus on your actual purpose. A lot of processing power goes down if you start contemplating all these multiple options.
So how do we get this to this point? Okay. The answer is very simple, and we'll be discussing this throughout the rest of the semester, okay? The problem is that you have heaven, you have earth, and you have hell, okay? The heaven is spiritual, it's consciousness. Hell, it's mechanical, it's machines. Okay, we're stuck in between. It's always our choice whether
heaven is consciousness and spirit and thinking. They said hell is machines. We talking about the body. I see it. I don't see it that way. I see it like this. We are in the middle between for sure, but we're an animal. You know, here animal body, terrestrial, earth, right? The divine, the heaven. Is your, higher aspirations, your higher thinking. I guess you can say spirit. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Machine Lies? Yeah.
Choose heaven or hell because
you're gonna call. Said Nero's gonna call in because of Jang. Maybe, huh? He's interesting. I don't necessarily care. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if we're talking about people who are compromised, probably is, but his thoughts that he brings up make for fun narratives to think about, right? Entertainment. Maybe you can learn something from it.
We will. Okay. And for most of human history, we have chosen heaven. But eventually, you had people who chose hell. And when you have choose hell, you have access to technology, right? And this technology allows you to conquer and control other people. Okay? But once you conquer and control the people, you have to get them to obey you. Mm-hmm. If you are enlightened, if you know the truth, you know.
Nero Jack was saying yesterday, I think these Masons, Masonic punt hunter, I'm not going to say what his name actually is, kind of rude, but he was a cool guy. But he was talking about, he's breaking down the rituals and with the symbolism, how they don't worship Jesus. They actually worship something else. What's going on? What's the matter with you? But Nero was saying that the reason why he speaks on race a lot is because he thinks that that's a tactic or tool that the so-called elites may use to mind control people or get their awareness diverted from actually doing something that could benefit them, that may challenge what the so-called elites are trying to do. So all this race talk and whatnot and confusion is a distraction, right? Direct mind control distraction. Yeah. Okay, cool, machine. What's going on? What's the matter with you? Cool. Blessings, as machine would say. What's the matter with you? Good to see you, bro. Let's do this.
Like none of this matters. We're all gonna die. So why should I listen to you? So in order for me to control you, I need you to
I might be here
fear
still.
death. Okay? I need you to forget God.
Yeah, chat is crazy. CM is reminding me that the power of the chat, engaging with it. So what's about you says, of course they do. They're switching to mostly universal to left-right paradigm now. Left-right paradigm is used to distract you again. Two sides of the same coin. I think which was the main goal of the political parties. One of the main goals is to keep them in a cycle of infighting. So, a lot of times our attention is there instead of like actually looking at the cracks in the wall, metaphorically speaking, that we can probably put our finger in and put a hole in and try to fix in our country, but also in our own lives too.
And I need you to fear death. When you die, dying is the worst thing that can happen to you. Because remember, before people understood, death was just a part of the journey. It was a release. It was an opportunity to reset yourself and come back. Now, death is the worst thing that could ever happen to you.
Mm-hmm. Okay? Considered that.
So how do you forget God? And how do you get people to fear death? You use science, right? And you
guess if you believe that nothing happens after you die, that can lead people to fear, because all we know is something happening all the time when we're alive.
Create theories like the Big Bang, like evolution, like neuroscience, to make people forget the divinity inside you.
Divinity inside us. Okay, that's good.
Right? So that's what science is for. But unfortunately, for these people, that's not enough.
Yeah, science is Machine Life says the science is a modern day myth maker. This is like, science fiction. It's running the whole playbook, right? It's pushing the envelope of what's considered reality, science fiction for sure, but not in the way we think. Literally, the science fiction books are writing the script of what goes on in politics and business and in a lot of your guys' lives.
Because eventually we'll all die, right?
Yeah.
So the only way around this is by creating a new technology called transhumanism. Okay? You may have heard of transhumanism. Again, don't worry about the concept now. We'll discuss this later.
Moving around, human. Moving beyond humans.
On the semester. But transhumanism is to surpass humanity, which basically means to defeat death. To upload your brain to the internet so you're here forever.
Ooh, no. What's about you says science is the new faith, far more insidious than any previous. Oh, worse than Catholicism and Islam and Buddhism and Hellenism and animism.
Okay? To trap you here.
You said no. Forever. People said no in the audience.
To upload your brain to the internet so you're here forever. Okay?
Oh.
To trap you here forever. And so now the question then is, why are they doing this? Why are people in power doing this? Okay, so as we've discussed in this class, throughout human history,
Also meaning.
it's usually secret societies that have the power.
That part.
Okay. Why? Okay. Well,
Secret societies have the power. People meeting in secret. They're not voted on. They're just plotting. Right? Loss of the sacred and loss of meaning. Yes. Like we were talking about meaning, the will to live for sure. The will to power. But what about the will to meaning in your life, finding meaning in your life? That's something that's might be the only game in town, Ben. Especially the first half of your life, where it's give your life meaning. We went to go see Mario Brothers yesterday. On the theme of never giving up. The sister, the Princess Peach, always felt like she had a sister out there, family. And she was far, far from home, far from her sister. And her sister never gave up on her in the galaxy, deep in the galaxy. And some conflict caused both of them to leave home and find each other. And they found some meaning in their life. How family is important, right? That part, yeah. Loss of sacred and meaning. Loss of the sacred. How every moment is very sacred, especially when I have this. When I have my, for example, an animistic way of looking at how everything's alive, pretty much speaking to you, right? Or that's you speaking to yourself. Metacomplexity is an ontological doom. The memes, right? Complexity brings assimilation to the Borg. Lion's paw. Yeah, I was talking about lion's paw yesterday. Lion's paw too remind me of a yoga move where you sit on your knees and breathe, clearing all that stuff out. It was good. And very good animation. Good story too. Not too long. 190. Got Yoshi in there. Yeah, it was. Yeah, all these movies have very strange messaging, but they have to be true to a heroic storyline, which you can get good meaning out of. You can teach meaning out of, right? That's why it's good to go with your kids and watch it like you do. I do. Anything with Jack Black is a cult. Yeah, he's very plugged into that stuff. Like when Masonic punter was talking about like why he doesn't want to be the Masons, why he doesn't want to be a Mason anymore, and how it's basically like liberal studies are combining this religion with that religion and this myth with that religion. He actually made a good point of like wanting me to actually look into it. To be honest, yeah, I'm not gonna look into it probably at the moment, but like, you know what I mean? Like when he was talking about bringing all these things together, I think there's value there. But I guess it's not if you're labeled a certain type of Christian, right? So this could be why the secret societies worship Satan.
Last class we discussed the idea of bureaucracy, right? Mass bureaucracy.
Why did the secret societies do this?
And we discussed how in a mass bureaucracy, bureaucrats don't really want to do anything. They're lazy.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? If you're part of a secret society, you're able to coordinate secretly together, you can control the bureaucracy because you're the only people doing stuff.
Yeah, doing it for you. Delegating. Mass the many bureaucracy. The system. Operating system played out.
Okay?
Someone's got to prompt it though.
But then the problem is bureaucracies do not like secret societies. So you have to maintain your secrecy. And how do you do that? You do that through transgression.
Transgression, huh?
If you guys are doing bad things together, okay? Now you have blackmail on each other. And therefore, you're committed to keeping each other's secrets. If one of you falls down, everyone falls down together.
Could we see why we see the Epstein stuff? You do some degenerate stuff on the island, we'll film it and hold it over your head so you get to do it whatever we say.
Okay? So now you're committed to maintain the secrets. But the problem is this. The problem is, okay, it's conspiracy, but the moment you're found out, they'll come and arrest you. So how do you work together without actually meeting each other? And the answer is religion. Okay? Or the word we use is eschatology. Religion is just a script, an understanding of the world that allows you to
It's just
coordinate secretly.
studying God.
Okay? Does all this make sense? Okay. So now these secret societies, they are embedded in mass bureaucracy, and they're manipulating the bureaucracy, and they're working together to commit transgression. They have their own secret religion. Okay? When you combine these three together, what happens is that they're now forced to invert this understanding, inversion. Why?
Invert? Why are they going to invert?
What happens is that they're now forced to invert this understanding, inversion.
Heaven becomes hell and hell becomes heaven. And then you stay the same on the earth or from your perspective.
Why? Because they know that they're doing evil in this world. So when they go meet God, God's going to punish them, right? So the way to get around this is, well, I will just worship someone who's superior to God, who is Satan, okay? Okay. So what they're going to do is they're going to invert this, okay? By celebrating Satan, they can now justify all their transgressions, right? As a way to empower Satan. Also, there's a fundamental weakness in the system, okay?
Okay, so we worship Satan, they worship Satan so they can justify or cope for the fact that they're doing awful things because Satan wants you to do awful things according to this theory.
Right? So the way to get around this is that they're doing evil in this world. Why? Because they know that they're doing evil in this world. So when they go meet God, God's going to punish them, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So the way to get around this is, well, I will just worship someone who's superior to God, who is Satan, okay?
This is a version, huh?
Okay. So what they're going to do is they're going to invert this, okay? By celebrating Satan, they can now justify all their transgressions, right?
All the bad things they did. Coco says, as above, so below, right? What happens above you in the stars is happening here now on you, on earth. How about so below, as above as well? What happens down here affects up there. Because it's all one and the same to a certain extent. Neurojack said that Palantir stuff is insane. Man, ontology, yeah. All-seeing eye. And so we had the Eye in the Sky song earlier. Alan Parsons' project.
As a way to empower Satan. Also, there's a fundamental weakness in the system, okay?
Okay.
So let's go over the three main characteristics of the system.
Empower
The first is unity. Okay? So this entire system is complete and unified. Second is symmetry. Symmetry or polarity. And what this means is that if there's good, there must be evil. If there's ugliness, there must be beauty. Why? Because you cannot have one without the other, okay? One thing is meaningless without the other. That's why you have God, you must have Satan, okay? And the third principle is as above, so below. And what this means is that everything is a reflection of each other. So you can never defeat God, but what you can do is corrupt human beings to worship Satan so that Satan becomes everything.
This whole damn world setting.
Okay. All right.
The three principles of reality for these so-called elites and secret societies have unity, bring unity by symmetrical polarity, by duality, as above, so below. Split it as one. I guess if you're plugged in, you don't even have to know that all above, as above, so below, because that's just basically another way of saying it's like one without a second. I'm getting bombarded with duality and then non-duality. It is spooky. I always think of math when I think of inversion, as above, so below. It is a good thing. Some people made some videos. Why math is satanic? Yeah. As above, so below. Macaroni frequency. Is that a brand of macaroni?
Are you guys following along? Okay. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to invert this world. And how do you invert this world? What you do is, you know that hell is material. And you know that heaven is spiritual, right? What you do is you brainwash people to worship the material world and abandon the spiritual world. You make money, power, technology, science, the greatest things in the world. You know that heaven is spiritual, right?
Yeah, heaven's
What
spiritual.
you do is you brainwash people to worship the material world and abandon the spiritual world.
Materialist.
You make money, power, technology, science, the greatest things in the world.
Okay.
Okay? You get rid of God. You get rid of religion. You get rid of compassion. You get rid of love. And that's how you control the world. So in other words, what is happening today is a war between heaven and hell. The people in charge, the secret societies, they are interested. They must make hell into heaven and heaven into hell. They must invert the world in order to maintain their power. Okay?
Wow.
And that's what we'll be focusing on for the rest of the semester. This war between heaven and hell. How it came about, who are the major players, and what will happen.
Sounds like a religious dichotomy that's been going on around forever, round and round. Yeah. I mean, the so-called elites, right? It's the elite. I used to go to this barbershop when I was younger. First barbershop, black barbershop on the east side, San Jose. Story Road in King. The elite barbershop, the elites, number one, the leaders, the best. The so-called elites. It is a complex problem, topic, because who knows? First of all, what's worshiping Satan? Like, you got to think about what does that mean? Okay. One that's like a psychological, kind of psychological, but more philosophical interpretation of what does that mean, worshiping Satan, right? Of course, conspiracy theories, what he was saying. So, excuse me, the so-called elites getting together, conspiring, right? When you get together and try to make plans about something, you conspire. These are theories. You don't know what's really going on. I don't know what's really going on. I can theorize, make assumptions. And then you also got this whole monotheistic movement of people worshiping one God, the good guy, and other folks, the ops, worshiping the bad guy, Satan. Right? Yeah, you got that there. I see you in the back. Got some stuff to say. Satanism traditionally has been used to brand these elitist social controllers, as the bad guys, as the enemies of society, one would say, right? And I remember in the 80s and 90s as a kid growing up, there's like the satanic panic. People wouldn't watch certain movies or listen to certain heavy metal, for example, because that this whole widespread moral panic about that leads to this unsubstantiated claims of satanic ritual abuse involving powerful figures, right? So yeah, this is good. This Professor Zhang has me to think about some of these things. Yeah, I dropped the link. Fuck, I don't even. Now I'm like, I wish I wouldn't have done it right away because it's getting me to think. Yeah, we'll try to. Let me get your thought. Let's do it like this. We'll get your thoughts on it, and you can come up or whatever. But which I appreciate. But we'll do it like we used to do it in the radio show, like one at a time. What do you have to say? What you got for us? Hey, what's up, man? How's it going, Dominic? What you got for us? What do you think about this topic?
Oh, it's interesting.
Why the elites?
Pretty interesting. I won't hang around too long because the regulars eventually show their little heads. What I get from it, because whether you're a Satanist or a Christian, question would be for them: who are they really serving?
Mm-hmm.
And for most people, they're serving the self. They might use words like Satanist or I'm a Christian or I'm a Muslim, but they're really serving themselves. The Satanic Bible by Crowley gives a good indication of where most people are at, if they're being honest with the self.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, most people aren't going to question the self. They're too busy reacting. Oh, no, I serve God. I said, really? You do? Give me an example. Are you helping nature, or are you literally serving yourself for your own benefits? If they're being honest. It's not a bad thing. It's just an honest thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's true. I was talking about the left-right paradigm for a second earlier, and that could be, we can put the left-right paradigm on the whole God and Satan thing too. With the so-called Christians and versus the Satanists, left-right, right? We'll put the Christians as the right and the satanic folks as the left, but really doesn't matter because they're all serving the same thing. And I like what you said about the self.
Yeah,
they are serving the self. Yeah,
it's more about flesh and blood. I'm worried about my color, of my skin, or my gender, which is fine. But how is that really aiding others outside of oneself? To be a sovereign being with all these nice comforts we have is challenging.
Yeah. Yeah. The professor, he was mentioning about the materialist, about they're trying to get you away, aka the Satanists. I think that's what he's saying, basically, in his philosophy or whatever he's trying to share. They're into the material, they're not into the spiritual, the so-called God, right? They worship things and this and whatnot. But would you say what you're saying is like, yeah, that may be true, but the God folks are kind of doing the same thing, but just a different version of that.
Well, most of them using God's name in vain. Again, a materialist is, if they're being honest, is you want to eat food, don't you? You want shelter. That's material.
Mm-hmm.
Now, are people actually trying to ponder the philosophy of life? Are they pondering the spiritual aspect?
I don't know, man.
Well, that's an individual journey.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so that's one thing, huh? Yeah.
If you're truly practicing Christ consciousness, you're not going to openly admit to people, I'm a Christian. Okay, tell me when you're done. Whether you're a Christian or you're a Muslim or you're a liberal or you're into capitalism, that's just part of living in this realm, if you want to use the word realm.
Yeah, I would say that the religion of no religion. I've been playing with that concept. You won't even know what religion I am, probably. Because I don't, like you said, like it's just a matter of practicing and doing it or not doing it at times too. Getting caught up in the labels. But maybe that's some people's purpose or whatever. I don't think it's really mine though. I don't really feel moved to do that.
I was going to say, Gabriel, how would a character like Buddha practice non-attachment in the material world that we have now?
That's actually a very good question.
Hey, what's up, man?
I appreciate that question. How would I practice non-attachment in a world where we have more distractions, we have more I would say that
Jealousy?
consistency is the key. I'm not perfect about it either. My practice or my school involves Zazen or Shikantaza. One should do like 30 minutes a day, and preferably sutra studies, stuff like
Still,
that. I
man,
think
what's up?
consistency is key.
Yeah, okay, that's interesting. Dom, were you referring to the Buddha though? You said that?
Anybody that practices it, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Again, it's one of those things. What is attachment? We're attached to the mind.
Yeah.
Whether or not
okay.
you want to classify things as right or wrong, good or bad, those are more attachments. People are judging out of ignorance. Now, the person wants to abstain. Go ahead.
No. We said judging as ignorance. Thank you for that, Don. For that, that's a little assist you just gave me, because we're talking about the topic in terms of why the so-called elites worship Satan, and thinking about this whole conspiracy theories and scapegoating. I think that they go hand in hand with that, and a lot of the modern narratives that current theories about these things, why they do it, from like groups associated with like QAnon, for example. Who claim that there's a secret cabal of global elites practicing occult rituals to maintain power. I think when folks, or if I find myself going down that road in the past a little bit too much, I'm kind of using that as a scapegoat, or escaping from the fact of the so-called spiritual work I should be doing in my own circle, sphere of influence.
Well, if a person's practicing being satanic, it's more or less about the right-hand path. It's about the me. And for most people, whether they're aware of it or not, they're actually practicing it. They're just looking at other groups that openly say, okay, we're governments, we do all these other rituals and all that. But are they truly understanding what rituals they're really doing? Are they understanding where the sun and the moon has to be? Most of them aren't aware of that. So they're hearing hearsay, and it's been fed to them. They're not questioning it from within. Go ahead, sorry, guys.
No, that was good. There's like a historical scapegoating that's gone on by the the church, as we call it, the Roman Catholic Church, for example, and even Protestants, who historically used like terms like devil worshiper to delegitimize or even put down political rivals, right, or marginalized groups that they feel are opposition to them, without even knowing what these other people are doing. Like for example, I've heard Christians call Buddhism satanic, right? Even in also some Islamic folks, which is like, okay, let's break that down. But then it's like, it's not very memorable what they said, because I don't see it. I've heard people say yoga is satanic. It's like, what are we talking about? What do you think when people say that, Avian Buddha? What is up with that?
I'm gonna be honest. The video you shared, I agree with a lot of it, but I think it is more philosophical, because in the sense that there's something called logical positivism. Positivism believes that everything that is measurable and logical is what is the only thing we can meaningfully speak about. And that's basically what positivism is. And, Quinn wrote a paper where he criticized it called Two Dogmas of Empiricism. But the thing is, philosophy
Who's that?
is...
When you please give us a little background when you name some of these people, because some of the viewers don't know who we're speaking about.
Quinn was a philosopher in the mid 20th century. He wrote this paper called Two Dogmas of Empiricism. I can't go read my notes again, but he showed that positivism is also a philosophical claim. And, if I say there are ways of knowing that go beyond empirical facts or measurable data or quantification, most scientists, most of them, not all of them, they would dismiss that, because it cannot be measured, it cannot be tested, it cannot be replicated. And, this ties into like positivism. And like I'm saying, Quinn wrote the paper where he showed that positivism also has metaphysical presuppositions. So So
What does that mean?
metaphysics is deeper. Metaphysics is the study of the intrinsic nature of things, or the ground of reality or lack thereof. So that is the issue at stake. Materialism is a philosophical claim. The scientific method cannot tell you that everything is material. That's a scientific, that's a metaphysical claim. You get
Okay.
it? Yeah. So I would say, and about the Christian stuff you're saying, the Christian and the Muslims, or some people who call Buddhist satanic or etc. I would say one has to get into nitty gritty philosophical debate. It's not like it's just emotional unless they look into
Yes.
the philosophy and they
You-
understand it and stuff.
and looking into the philosophy and the understanding would be, as we say in the streets, like bringing the receipts, right? Like because you're right. And maybe we can find blind spots in those things, in those, in the Buddhism or whatever, or not, or maybe we can find things that will strengthen our ideas about it. But either way, I like that idea of like really breaking it down, getting into a philosophical discussion about, or even psychological discussion about, like, what do you mean by that, Satan? I think a lot of times people don't even know what they mean. Like Dom started off when he come up here and he said, like, most people don't. I'm paraphrasing Dom respectfully. Like, people don't know what they're talking about when they say stuff like that. Satanic, huh?
They don't, because it's like even philosophy. Philosophy is a love of wisdom. It's about
Right.
Sophia. It's not about knowledge. Most people are, and I even had kind of explained it, they want to be more in the objective part. They want to be able to capture it with their senses. But all the senses could easily be misled. And most people use their upper hemisphere. But if you truly love philosophy, then you can ask questions such as, okay, where does the sun and moon come from? Who gave us the languages? It might be a fruitless effort for a lot of people, and that's why they want to entertain things that they can empirical prove. So therefore, where's thoughts? Where are thoughts? When I describe something, a tree, where's the word tree? It doesn't exist there. It's always fun when I hear people talk about conspiracy theory. Those are two words that should never be put together. Is there people conspiring for an agenda? Sure, there is.
Yeah.
And that's how we get pulled. But until people, and that's usually the few, it's not for the masses. Even people that practice Buddhism, I always find it interesting. Why do you shave your head like everybody else and wear the color purple? Are you trying to be another cult? Which is fine. But it's that inner wisdom that you get, opposed to that external knowledge of judging things. And most people are caught up in belief systems. I'm caught up in it too, and I enjoy playing with it. I just try not to be attached to it. And you know how when people are attached to it, they want to argue about it.
Yeah.
Let me prove a point. I thought we were sharing points. And if I'm actually sharing a view, have you ever seen it through my senses? Well, no. So then what are you arguing about?
What's your idea in terms of when somebody's being rude? Because like we were having a great discussion on CM's channel the other day, Ponder. I don't know if you know Ponder, and she was really breaking down some of these blood, different types of blood, in the DNA and whatnot, and like how this can, we're looking at this chart and how that reflects migration through different countries in Europe and whatnot. And like I was having a good time. It seemed like the chat was having a good time. She was. But there was another person on the stream, and they were just trying to derail it and being super rude, being nitpicky about certain terms. Like, when you said about argument, what do you think the good way to handle something like that, Don, would be? Especially if you're having a good time with the discussion. No, as a host or another panelist that's enjoying themselves with the discussion, and someone's really being abrasive and being rude, how do you think a good way to handle that is?
Do you value zero tolerance?
Zero tolerance?
Sure, zero tolerance. If not, you're enabling the situation. If you're trying to be a host. Now, for some people, I get it. They'll settle for subscriberships. They want those noisy folks that usually probably aren't really Christ consciousness. They're not fully developed either intellectually or emotionally.
Right. Yeah.
They're trying to prove a point opposed to sharing points. We all get caught up in it, but the only thing is, how does it serve on a public display? I get if it's a private conversation and everybody gives each other free reins to say, listen, can I rip a hole in you? Sure I can. Can I pat you up? Sure I can. But when you're doing it publicly, it sounds like a bunch of people that are just bitching and complaining about their problems. Get in line, take a number.
Right.
But if you're having an interesting conversation then if you were the host, your responsibility is to make sure it's somewhat safe for everybody that is sharing.
That's what I figured. Yeah, but the host was asleep, so I figured I had to take. I was a mod. I was a mod on the thing, so I'm like, I'm gonna help him out, and and I had to talk to this guy.
And how did that fare?
I think it went good. For me, it went good, and the chat liked it a lot. The person didn't. He actually was very quiet for once, because for once I was like trying not to necessarily attack the person's whole being, but I was talking about specific actions they were doing that weren't conducive to a nice, safe place where we could talk. And at first, I think he was confused because he's used to going back and forth in that type of way. Like, you're this, you're that. And I'm like, no, we're talking about what you're doing and how you're, lying about it too as well. And, it took some time, but he finally left. Yeah. I didn't feel drained like I usually do, though. I tell you that, Dom. Like when having what some of.
Well done, Gabriel.
Yeah.
Because there's usually projection. Everybody should carry around a mirror and say, when you're talking about others, who are you really talking about?
Right. Exactly. Right. And we see those little things that can annoy us, or things that we still want to fix in ourselves. Hopefully,
true.
And that's why we see him and them get annoyed by it. Yeah.
If you can be affected by a troll, what does that really say about you? Forget about the troll. Tells a lot about an individual.
Right. And it's funny because once I said like I mean, I actually thanked them. I really meant it. I mean, thank you for showing us and myself who you are. What you're doing. Now I know I had some red flags before, and I said like, okay, now that's said, okay. And he was just staying there. Normally someone would leave, get the hint, but he was like just trying to, that game where you try to stay on before the other person leaves. I'm going to be the bigger man and stay on, even though you want to leave, right? And I was like quiet and just, in my thoughts or whatever. And then I said, that's like, what did I finally say? Okay, I said, you want to talk about something? Because I kind of put it away, no. I'm like, okay, we dealt with that. I said what needed to be said, but I'm still willing to, okay, let's talk about it. Talk about something. Doesn't mean, but now I have a new information that I turned into wisdom, hopefully. Sat with it like, okay, this is how this person may act. So, but I was still willing to engage with them in the sense that like, okay, let's move on. But he left, which is so. Anyway, I'm saying like I think that was a new step that I noticed in myself that I never really saw before. That so
it's like the devil's play. If you observe it, it will shift. So a lot of that still shifts within oneself. So you showing him somewhat kindness, or you're literally giving him an ear, but you're not giving him that full, let him control the attention. I get it. A lot of us don't realize we're actually enablers to a situation.
Yes.
You should be praising behaviors that's conducive, not going backwards or sideways.
Correct. Yeah.
But I get it. People want to have a shit show. No problem. If you openly say you want a shit show, then you should be the best you could be at it.
We had that Jerry Springer. David, did you ever watch that when you were younger? Jerry Springer. You know what that is?
It was very decadent.
Very decadent.
It was entertainment, and people got paid to do that. All the power to them.
Yeah. I thought it was funny how Jerry, like, he would never really attack anyone or anything like that as the host. He gave this space where they can have their, their theater or whatever, arguments. But then at the end, he would get very serious and thoughtful. He'd go, Jerry's final thought. And the last minute was him saying some very nice philosophical things about how we should, be good people to each other and stuff.
They're not
looking a bow on the box of shit.
But they're not asking Jerry Springer, we have a private conversation. Would you invite any of these characters to your house? He'd probably say, hell no.
Absolutely not. Hey.
He might. I doubt it, but I'm guessing when I say that.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think you're right. It's a job. A lot of people do things even though they might not like it, but they'll give you that persona. That's why a public platform, you don't know. Is it, as much as I hear you talking about, whether it's Buddhism or Christian or whatever, it's human behavior.
Yes.
And once you narrow it down to human behavior, forget about state and religion, forget about science, the flat earthers, the globalists, it's human behavior. And now the question is, why are you online with a persona if you're trying to have a serious conversation? How many people come online with alias names, but yet they want to have a personal conversation? At that point, you're full of shit.
Yeah. You already start off, as they say, bad faith.
Yeah, that's a good term. Yeah, it's a good term.
Yeah, that's already that a lot. So, the Steel Man. Good to see you, man. It's been a minute. He says, I continually address the bad faith people with good faith, and that usually resolves it. Yeah, he said, with you too, yeah. Or just, yeah, like you said, they typically just leave, right? Joe Cool says, Gabe, that boy Dom be dropping the jewels, don't he? Yeah, absolutely.
I'm stealing them now. I'm stealing them now. And peddling them as my own.
The point, well, now is what is he going to do with them?
Nothing. I'm going to do fuck all.
Nothing. Yeah. Hey, Avi, what do you think about these like, I'll say so-called elites that they buy this art that normally would be in the museum for anyone to go look at, the public to look at, right? And be amazed over. But they buy this art and they keep them in their mansions or vaults and stuff.
Oh, money laundering. They're doing money laundering.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they've been doing. You know, there's a lot of articles about it. Basically, they buy that art and they're just doing money laundering. So, yeah.
Or messages in some of the artwork. So they're actually giving information to other whoever. But yes, I'm with you on that. The laundering. They probably have many fake Mona Lisas floating around at any given moment.
Yeah, who knows if that's even the real one? Yeah. That's the thing about, I was speaking on that last broadcast with Avian and Machine, like how at the Louvre in Paris, like there's the Mona Lisa, which is like, you know, the star of the museum. But it's not, I mean, it's a beautiful painting and whatnot, but like, just like many paintings are. But it's not very remarkable in terms of size and scale, especially when you turn around and like the biggest mural in the whole museum is behind it on the other side of the wall, which is this beautiful depiction of this, I don't know, like a Renaissance / like Greek symposium where all these people walking and having a banquet and stuff with Jesus in the middle. Yeah. So, interesting. What's the matter? You says it's also rewarding when you see a rude person or a troll many days later who you could have blocked or driven off, but now they're trying to grow with you instead. Yeah, that is a good feeling. That's a good feeling. This is a strange. Well, this is like a battlefield dance hall, whatever you want to call it. What we do here, I think. In the end, we're just talking, right?
So, Gabriel, question, because I know a lot of times we get fit information. How can we prove there is such thing as an elites, and let alone they follow what they might envision as Satan?
How can we prove it?
Yeah, beside written work. Like, has people openly admitted in groups?
Yeah, I would say like even if they have, you still don't know. I think even though like if you look at the scales of a way to acquire knowledge, and I think maybe Adrian has some input on this too, that like anecdotal evidence is put low in a lot of these models, mainstream models, right? When in fact, like I think that's, to me, I like anecdotal evidence, especially ones I actually see with my own senses and hear with my own senses, right? When I see for myself, I guess one way would be to be around the so-called the elites. Or now what that would take, I don't know. Yeah, maybe in fact you walk by some of these so-called people in your day-to-day life or whatever, but I think that's the only way I would see sufficient proof for myself.
Mm-hmm. That's valid.
Then you might not even know what you're looking at.
That's true.
Right?
But how would you share that with other people? Would they believe you, or would they know? It's like when they talk about spiritual cooking. How do we know that's true? And what is spiritual cooking for most people as they're doing material cooking?
Yeah. It could be a psyop in ways to get people not literally cooking their own food or even doing some spiritual rituals that are actually healing. So that's a good question. Like, how do we know, Avian? What do you think about that? There are so-called elites. Is there any way of knowing for sure?
I feel like Nagarjuna, he has the conventional and the absolute or the ultimate. When it comes to conventional truths, it's always good to have some skepticism or doubt. You're right. We cannot know things 100% because we have to rely on various experts, or and the experts could be hijacked too, so ultimately I would say that one shouldn't be dogmatic about the conventional stuff. But the ultimate stuff, at least for me, I would say it's like a non-abiding awareness. It's a kind of pure awareness. That ultimate thing is something you can know deep within yourself. It's like your true nature, or what they call Buddha nature. In my tradition, all sentient beings have Buddha nature. You just have to awaken to it. That I don't have doubts about. That the truth is within you. You know what I mean? And I think it has a non-conceptual, formless element, at least personally speaking. Of course, it's one should be careful, because the more you strive to attain it, the farther it gets away. So in a way, it's something you just spontaneously awaken to, that comes without coercion or without compulsion, and it's kind of like when the mind is emptied out, or is not clinging to the thoughts or engaging in conceptual proliferation. So the ultimate is a bit more complicated. I would say it's something you can always awaken to. But the conventional realm, I would say, one thing I will say is everything dependently arisen in the conventional realm. Like the more you look, the more you see it exists in dependence on something else. But at the same time, we can only approximate. You know what I mean? Because we don't. There's a lot of psyops out there and other stuff, and it's hard to tell where the truth ends, and when the lies end, and the truth begins. You know what I mean? That's very important. Where
Yeah.
the lies end and the truth begins.
And then for that reason, David, I think theorizing these type of things is, if you enjoy that type of stuff, it's like a luxury, and the luxuries aren't usually a top priority, especially if you're trying to grow yourself, or your family, your business, or whatever, your spirituality or whatever. But yeah, so like endlessly like theorizing about what, you never know, man. There's just other things you can be doing.
So therefore, it's a belief system. At that point, it's a belief system. So if a person's
it's a blizzard tree.
if a person's well grounded, then they can actually play the wonderful world of speculations.
Yes.
But to actually know something, if all of a sudden me and Avi saw aliens, how would I explain it to you, Gabriel? You would have to trust me, but you're still hearing a story.
It's a story, yeah.
I get it when people say, okay, Dom, I read it in a book. I said, who's the author? Are we supposed to read it in a scroll form, a book form? I get the concept when people talk about the beginner's mind. When you abstain from actually having any prejudgments, and you're going there like a child. But for most people, they don't engage with the mind that way. They've already been conditioned. Think about the language we're using. We've been conditioned. How many people could truly delete all the words that they've learned or been conditioned? At that point, you're already prejudging.
I think we do it, but we do practice it in certain aspects. We don't even know it. Like, for example, I took Ben to go see the Mario movie yesterday for his birthday weekend, right? And like, come on, bro! Like, look at that stupid. It's a ridiculous story. A bunch of plumbers that go down a pipe, a shit pipe, and they're in the land of the mushrooms.
You're trying to wreck your kid's imagination. Get out of here, Gabriel. Everybody believes it.
No, I don't. I think he's. I don't think he does, to be honest. But if he did, it'd be okay. I mean, if he had questions, we can like work it out and stuff like that. That's why I like to go with him on these things. But what I'm saying is, like, as a 48-year-old male, a human, like I suspended my belief in order to get with the story. Of course, I don't think it's real per se, but I was able to have fun with it, like you said, because I think I'm grounded enough to be like, I'm not like a 3-year-old's mind where it's like, oh wow, this is real. So what I'm saying that is to relate to the fact that you're right. That beginner mind is something to that could be used as a tool when you're looking at some of these things.
Here's an example, Gabriel. Parents will do this whether they do it unaware or awareness. Most times it's unaware. They will tell stories to their kids. Son, you lost a tooth, or daughter, you lost a tooth. Put it underneath your pillow. If you have a child that's somewhat aware, you're basically telling your child when they start putting things together. So dad, mom, whoever, you're telling me I'm going to put a tooth underneath my pillow, and some fucking total stranger is going to walk into my room and put their hands underneath my pillow to leave money here? What the fuck are you telling me? These are how we're using our imagination, and then they think it's the truth. It's a story. The truth doesn't exist on this realm.
Yeah.
It's an energy form. But what we're sharing is what's called true. Are we true? Can we figure out patterns to it? Most people use the word in vain.
Yeah.
What is truth? What is it? What is it? What does it look like? I see a tree, and I tell somebody else, but where do you see the word tree when you're describing the object? So
Could be
you're being
anything.
conditioned. You use words to describe things.
Yeah.
At that point, they're misleading themselves.
Yeah.
Now that's
Well,
challenging because most people, their paradigm would be squashed. Well, Dom, I'm living in this illusion. I said, do you really know how it works, or are you just telling me stories?
Yeah, I would say this. I would say that everything we experience in this realm involves signs and
Yes.
interpretations that link the
yes,
sign
that's
to
the
the
science.
objects. But I would personally lean towards the ultimate truth as being signless awareness. So
It
the
can be.
signs are lead to constant craving and grasping for more signs, the
It is.
Hmm.
proliferation of signs. But it's
Hmm.
only when we cease trying to grasp and crave more signs that the signless can appear.
Our
Mm.
humans, we're always craving for it to consume more.
Yeah.
I want more
Yeah. Well, more time than
information.
enough.
I want to be able to prove it. I want to write with my left hand. I want to read with my right eye. There you go. Tell me when you're done, because why? We're playing stories with ourselves. That's the craving. Dare not fast long enough and think, holy, the body's conditioned too. How long do
Well,
you
to
have
go
to
back,
go? Go ahead.
go back to what you were saying about, the tooth fairy, for example. I do the same thing personally with my family, with Santa Claus, in a sense that, like, I told my son, like I said, when he was very, very young, I'm all, you believe in the Santa Claus? He's like, I know it's mom and dad. I'm like, and I didn't say, yeah, you're right, but we can still have fun with it.
Especially
I'm
when
like, do
you
you like
put,
Santa Claus? He's like, yeah, I like Santa Claus. So
yeah,
same thing with the tooth fairy. I would do the
especially when
same thing. He
you
knows
slip
that's
up and
us,
you slip up and you say, listen, son, he comes down the chimney and he looks at Dad. We don't even have a chimney.
right? Exactly. Yeah. These kids are
You're telling
smart. They
me
know.
stories. Sure, they're smart. But
Yeah.
then what ends up happening? We end up becoming brainwashed. We start
Yeah.
conditioning ourselves, but we don't question ourselves. We'll challenge others, but we won't challenge ourselves.
Hey, hyper. We won't. We'll question exactly. You point the finger at everyone else. Wait, what about you going inward? What about you reflecting on these things and see what they mean to you?
Yeah.
Hyperborean, good to see you, bro. The links in the bio in the chat. But hey, see, here's an example, kind of like an example. Steelman, you said, oh yeah, you said laugh out loud. What about my Mario movie thing? Well, my good faith Jesus mushroom. You said like I didn't tell him about Mario being like I'll tell him that could be something too. I don't have that out of the possibilities for sure. For sure.
That's
Like
something
I thought about that. Hold on, okay, excuse me. I know. I just want to let him know that, like, believe me, the conversations we've had about that I hold them dearly, and I've already done my own research 10 years before about those things too. So that's definitely something that's important to me for sure. That reminds me, I'll probably talk to him about it now. Thank you, still, man. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Davey, I'm sorry
for
about that.
interrupting you. I didn't
No, go
mean
ahead.
to initially interrupt
It's
you,
all good.
but
Go ahead, bro.
yeah. Do you think that art, the experience of art, do you think the catharsis we feel in art has some element that could be spiritual? Yeah. That's
Art?
art, yeah, art. Like
I,
artwork or music
Oh
or
yeah, yeah. I can borrow something I heard from someone that sounded cool before about, like, for example, the art and music, and I'll say this visual arts. I know you love visual arts, Buddha. Like how the arts can be seen as like the how God, quote unquote God, the Most High, speaks to us. Spirit speaks to us. It's like the in between, you know. I definitely think that's very spiritual. Very. That's why we had the show yesterday that you're on. We use Coachella as a way to talk about how music can be a time traveling thing, which to me that's very metaphysical and spiritual. So yeah, I definitely believe that art is something that's very spiritual. Can be.
I want to show a book I bought recently, and you won't believe it. I found it in an antique store. But let me just show it. Can you like enlarge it when I show the book? Here we go. This is a
So let me
book
put
on
you up.
Tibetan paintings and stuff. Tibetan paintings.
Mm,
Yeah.
wow, that's beautiful.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
You found that in a secondhand shop?
Yeah, I found it.
That's great.
It was incredible. Yeah.
That is amazing.
Only $10. Do you believe that? It is.
No, it's in good condition too.
Yeah, some early Indian stuff and Chinese stuff in the beginning too. Actually, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Like,
I know why I would think that's. Can I see the cover again? That's awesome.
yeah.
I can see why I would think that's like spiritual, but I can like just look at that and probably go somewhere that I normally wouldn't in in this solid material realm. Just, I think, isn't that the purpose for a lot of those Buddhist paintings?
Yeah,
For you to use that as a
yeah,
jump off point.
exactly. Yeah, these are
Yeah.
like, they has in the paintings they have mandalas and a lot of other stuff. It's meant to be like taking you to, I don't know, different realms or like
Mhm.
fractal universe and stuff like that. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, it's like that. Actually. It's meant to be more like it calms you in an inner way. You know what I mean? And also it makes you look inward. Yeah, to look inward.
Yes, it does. I like it.
Yeah,
Those are very old too, huh?
yeah, these are old. Yeah, they're very old and other stuff.
Yeah. So what do you think, Dom, about that? Thank you for sharing that, Evan. Dominic, what do you think about that spiritual and art and self-expression?
Well, thoughts. When we share things, like I was saying earlier, a tree, that's spiritual. It's in the unknown. But yeah, we use our senses, in this case, as Adrian was talking about, we use that sigil, symbology. Again, we're slowly being conditioned to be anchored here, opposed to if I'm in silence, as I break my silence by talking or reading. Those are both conditionings, but hey, they might serve in what you call the spiritual, the unknown.
Yeah, I think they
But
do.
a lot of people want to bring it back down to the senses. You wake up in the morning, you're in the conscious state. At that point, you're going to do everything to justify it. Dare not question, can all the senses easily be misled? Sure, they can.
Yeah.
It's like reading a book. Should you read a book from left to right, right to left, up and down, like a scroll, or in a book form?
Depends. I know here they do it backwards in Taiwan. Yeah,
Right.
it's
They do it
backwards.
backwards, different writings. Then you got to factor in the sun and the moon. When should I be reading these books? Should the moon be full? Should it be half? Should it be quarter? Again, we've gone away from, people still stick to it, but most people have gone away from it, and we no longer follow the energies. We follow things like numbers, symbols, which they might serve a purpose to bring you back to where you started probably from. Again, I'm speculating in a lot of these areas, and if people want to run with it, all the power to them. Anybody that has an answer, I have some popcorn.
Yeah, right. We have time. Shadow Buddha in the building. Did someone say Buddhism? I'm here. Yeah, he's here, bro. Me and my brother. Oh wow. Okay. You're talking about okay, the material stuff, right? And back to the topic, why the so-called elites or worship Satan, right? Allegedly. And it brings it back to this material. When I think of Satanism, sometimes I think of materialism versus spiritualism, right? Material, they're into the material, right? And it brings me back to the so-called elite organization like the World Economic Forum. I say Klaus Schwab and the boys, and how there seems to be an obsession with matter, right? Like you see these things, Dom, right? And the people know, and these so-called elites, they may know this, and they use that as a fear tactic, I think, to get what they want, control people. And because they argue things like how we should be focused on material wealth, money, and property over spiritual values. And one could say, is there a link between Satanism and materialism, Don, that you've come across, or Avian, if you know?
Well, again, Satanist for me it's more about the me. So
Okay.
The material part, if it wasn't about the material, then why would you be online with a laptop or a computer?
Mm-hmm.
That's all material. It's usually when people start doing this prejudging shit, where they say it's right and wrong. I said, that's a pious position to be. How about you just see it for what it is? It's technology that we get to use. Can it be misused? Sure it can. You know what I mean? Right. But dare not ask anybody here actually know how to play with the alchemy of how to mend things into steel, plastic, let alone all the different languages? At that point, we're talking about the effect and side effect. We're not even talking about the cause. Yeah. So again, most of us, we're in a material form. Whether or not we know how to steward our body or not, that's another story. But again, a lot of people, they want to cherry pick. I'm not a materialistic person. I said, so you don't eat that, I guess. You don't have any clothes? You don't have any clothes?
You're going to fall over? Yeah.
Break it down through the word.
There's all these dualities, right? Like Coco says right here, art, I think of creation and chaos. Also brings up harmony and beauty out of chaos. And some of these things, both sides, I think doctor or not professor, even though he's technically not a professor, I don't think. Um, Professor Jong in the video, he was talking about how the so-called elites, in his opinion, they invert that God, I mean, heaven and hell, and yeah, only can
Gabriel,
talk.
if you had enough wealth, regardless of how you get that wealth, you could pay for an allegiance of people that can understand astrology or people that actually know how to do focus groups. They just pay
Yeah.
people to do that stuff.
Oh yeah, that's what he said too.
Yeah.
Yes, he was saying about that. I'm sorry to interrupt real quick. I called it a delegate, but yeah, he was saying that he said mass bureaucracy. I think he said.
Sure,
Yeah, go ahead. I thought it was like what you're saying. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, but that's okay.
Tom?
It's one of those things there. You pay people to do it. So most people, they think they're going to sell out. No, you've already bought into the system. The system's
Yeah.
already set up. It's when you start understanding the system. Oh, so these people are understanding energy. Oh, that's different. So
Yeah.
then they'll understand the wars. They've already been foreseen. They understand reading the signs in the sky. This is why when Christians talk about the sun, are we talking about SON or SUN? Why? The sun is a 7-day cycle.
The symbols, yeah.
Yeah, the Father is Ceres, the 10-day cycle. African tribes that had wise people among them understood that. But for most people, they're after knowledge. They're not after wisdom and understanding. They want the tree of
Right.
life, tree of knowledge, not the tree of life, which is fine. But I get Buddhism is more about non-attachments, and more times than not, the suffering is more in your comforts and desires. It's not about suffering and pain.
Would that be more along, in your opinion, the lines of the tree of life or the tree of knowledge?
Most people are after not even the tree of life. They're into belief systems, stories.
Okay.
Stories that there's no way they can prove. What's the teachings of Jesus or Muhammad? I don't give a shit who they are personally. What's the teachings? Outside of that, I would have to believe a character like Muhammad and Jesus existed. Now, somebody said, but I can prove that. I said, how old are you again? Are you an old being or something? And you're living many lifespans in a physical form?
Were you there? Yeah, were you there?
Who's the
And
author?
anecdotally, yeah.
These are stories.
When there's stories that I would say stories in the narratives, whether they're tabloid or the most spiritually ascended masters wrote them, that would be under, for me, I'm using this metaphor now, tree of knowledge, whereas the theory per se, you wouldn't even say, and then the practice is the tree of life. Actually getting out there and
Yeah, I actually agree with
theories about.
I agree with Dominique when he says that the true knowledge is more about self-inquiry and seeking and the wisdom. The knowledge of wisdom is greater than empirical or material facts, and in a sense, it goes beyond material or empirical facts. So, I would say that's a good distinction.
Can we merge them now? Can we merge them? Can we recall how chaos manifests itself into order? Not the other way around. It's the unknown fueling the known. It's the yin and the yang kind of ideal, but it's a cycle, hence life and death. Death is just a transformation. Life is what we breathe in all the time. Again, these are just words that I use with a cumbersome language called English. But for a lot of folks, what they want is they want to be entertained. Which is fine. Be entertained, amuse yourself. I went to university, to get 1 degree or 5 degrees? How many degrees did you get in university? Because 33-degree Masons are entertaining, so how are you going to be entertaining? Are you a Rosicrucian guy? Are you into Skull and Bones? Are you a Shriner boy? What are you? At that point, we could be entertaining ourselves. Now, again, I go with the caveat, I could be full of shit. I'm okay with it. But for most people, they actually take themselves way too serious, opposed to being sincere with themselves. And that's why I said earlier, how many people are truly honest with the self? Forget about the ego. The ego is already preset. It's going to fight or flight. Your body's going to starve if it's without food, water, but first and foremost, air. Again, Gabriel, most people don't challenge that. So really, we're talking to the few. The rest of them, why are you here? You're here to be entertained? You have nothing else better to do?
No.
I know that sounds harsh. That sounds harsh, but then again, the elites already know all of this stuff, whoever they may be, or they pay people, and they say, listen, human behavior is easy to manipulate. Think about how they changed the dates. How they manipulate people. We'll go with 1 hour short. They start dividing people by saying, you live in a country like Russia or in America. Where is the word Russia?
Mm-hmm.
How does somebody say they're openly Chinese? Because you're making associations. A person looks like a certain way and we give a name to it. That's the conditioning that we do with each other. What do you think the written work does to the human race? It fucks with them.
Yeah, it can divide.
Sure it can, but you're dividing within oneself.
Well, it could divide in oneself, but then again, it can bring people together in that particular group, though.
It can.
Too.
It can.
But
then
word.
They're going to say that's the truth when it's written work based on symbols.
I would say it's a truth, maybe, but not the truth.
It could
the
be,
truth, yeah.
Behind each symbol, there's energy. Behind each number, there's energy.
Yeah, that's true. Chad Buddha says being too much into conspiracies about the so-called elites can also be a psyop. Yeah, we call that. I call that the sacred matrix. People want to get out the quote unquote matrix of the slave world that we live in, right? only to study alternative researching, right, and conspiracy. Yet they're trapped in that matrix itself. Mm-hmm. Another one. You're just in a nicer ghetto, probably, right? Now, what you said about the symbols and whatnot, it brings me back to the topic in the sense of why the so-called elites worship Satan, and this whole third part of what I've been thinking about is like this modern Satanism, quote unquote, versus devil worship, because I think it's important to distinguish between satanic imagery or symbols and then actual worship, right? Because people say that's satanic, this is satanic, like when they watch the Olympics or whatever, the opening ceremony, but we're talking about worship versus imagery. And I think like aesthetic Satanism, like the looks, most members like of the Church of Satan or the Satanic Temple, from what I've read and spoke to some of them in the past, they don't necessarily believe in worshiping a literal devil. Instead, they use Satan as a symbol for autonomy or science or rebellion against the perceived authority, But Luciferianism, that's more worship, the belief system that views Lucifer as the light bringer or a symbol of enlightenment rather than an evil entity. And some of these conspiracy theories might align with some of the elite intellectual pursuits, So I think there's a distinction there too.
Gabriel, unfortunately, those are two words that should never be put together: conspiracy and theories.
Mm-hmm.
There's people that are out there, they're groups that conspire, but they have agendas. They're not really concerned about facts, yesterday's news, let alone theorizing. So now a person would have to understand what is the energy behind the word worship, work for. So if the elites are working or they're not working for Satan, who are they working for? See, for most people, true power is when you condition a whole bunch of people to work for money. Mm-hmm. That's power. Now, the person said, but I have lots of money. I said, that's not power. You still have to condition the people that are going to chase that or take that as a bartering system. That's actually power. Now, whether or not they go to a digital system, that may be so. But again, people have to break down for their own, even though it's a cumbersome language like English, it's a meaningful language, where what does the word Satan means to them? What does the word elite mean to them? A lot of that's fed, and it can have many interpretations. That's why I say satanic for most people, if you follow patterns, it's all about the me. Me. What can the government do for me? What can religion do for me?
That's what I got from it.
Yeah, it's all about me. But at the same time, there's most people, including myself, we become so dependent to the system that it's an illusion to be independent in it. Mm-hmm. When somebody said, I'm independent, I said, so let me understand that. You're in a heated house that you didn't build. You go to a gas station that you don't own. You go to somebody's grocery store. And I'm only naming a couple things. So whose bitch aren't you at that point?
Yeah, the opposite would be what we call doing for self, being self-sufficient, I guess, in current language. Yeah.
But how would doing that? Yeah. How would that coexist in civilization? It doesn't work.
I take a lot of knowledge and practice in learning how to do those things for yourself, and resources and whatnot.
You would be eventually ultimately taking advantage of others, whether you want to or not. unless you're going to go out into nature, and then you have to actually have a different types of interdependency.
That's what I was thinking. That's in my mind. That's the first thing that came to mind. I had to be by myself, probably.
In nature.
It's still then. There's still, even if it's 0.5%, you still have to interact with other people.
You can.
Right?
Humans or animals. You
Humans. I would think. Yeah.
But if a person said, "I'm going to bring my car there," I said, "Well, then you're still dealing with civilization," and this is where people forget. We've been so. I'm going to use the word. It's a cheap word. We've been so dumbed down. And then we elevate the few by saying, "I know how to read a book." What an accomplishment!
Yeah.
Can you put it underneath your pillow and take it, intuitively? Do you feed it to your subconscious? Because the conscious mind is very limited. The conscious mind is like the top of the iceberg. They're not actually put it into the subconscious mind. That's why when they make movies, they make sure they have those jingles in the background. The people that play the Mandela effect, they're fucking with you. The flat earthers and the globists, they're fucking with you.
Yeah, well, books though, like you're speaking of books, so some people books take them to another world, and they wouldn't be the person they are today without their books. They feel like they get transcendence.
We can do the same thing. We can do the same
for
thing.
sure. Yeah.
So, same can ayahuasca.
The book may be a
bloodletting.
catalyst.
They all can.
Bloodletting, yeah.
Yeah, they can do all those things. But what I'm saying is the practice of reading something from left to right is a conditioning. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying it's a conditioning. No different if you read things in a scroll form. They're not, like you said, read from bottom to top.
Wasn't everything conditioning then?
Sure it is.
For most of us.
Yes, it is.
So,
I'm talking from the conditioned point of view.
Yeah.
I'm just questioning it. That's why when people talk to a software which is not artificial intelligence, because it can't question itself. We have the ability to question ourselves, but most people don't. What they'll do is they'll defend themselves. And then they play this clever game by attacking others. How does it serve you to attack another person? You might challenge the words.
It makes, I think it makes you feel like your quote unquote self is above them. We got a one up in the point system.
So it's mastery.
Whatever in the game of dominance.
Sure it is. Yeah. Now they're not play a chess game where you don't worry about winning and losing. Now you see it from different views now. None of this zeros and ones shit or black and white. Start seeing it from different shades.
Yeah.
They condition human beings to think that they're black or white. I've never seen a black human being, let alone a white human being.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But that's the conditioning that's been done on us.
Yeah, and those words have been built up so much that people a lot of time aren't even seeing color; they're seeing culture more.
Yep, cult.
Then when they see that. But when you said earlier, you said about you said it twice now. I remember conspiracy and theory should not be ever put together. Yeah, because that word, I mean, I read it, I'm sure you have too, like in the chat has, like, we were years ago how the quote unquote government used that as a psyop. They knew about that, how that word be so triggering with people that they wanted to use it, right, to not give substantial claims to some of these real things that happen. That's why, like, a lot of us, we use the word, I said it earlier, alternative researcher, or now I hear truther. But I think they're talking about the same type of things. It's just we reworded it and whatnot. Let me bring up this gentleman. What up, Joe?
Thank you for that. I'll get a kick out of that.
Yeah. So he's over here now. Now, instead of talking about other people, you can talk about some ideas.
I don't think I can talk about anything because Dom is killing. I just want to shut the fuck up and soak up some of that.
No,
shit.
I mean, that's not good, though. I mean, that's good. He is a great distiller of knowledge as a Buddha. However, I'm learning from the Frank Monday Rastafarian communication model where it's good. It's good. That's what he calls it. It's kind of cool. Now, do we do it or not? I don't know. But like, it's good to share. However, it's not good just to sit there and say anything. You gotta, you become a void, a black hole for stuff, right?
I just was talking about a guy, Frank Monday. Is that the same Frank Monday you're talking about?
Yeah, you guys were when that panel was talking about people over there. That's what I meant to say when about that. Well, now that you say that, I have to show you something later. I'm going to talk about someone, but we're doing this right now.
Right. We'll do it later.
But okay, I'll be a hypocrite now.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was the Frank Monday.
I love you, Gabe. I ain't told you.
Can I keep it real, man?
I love you, Bill.
Yeah, I love you too, OG. Because I'll tell you this now that we're talking about this, like, bro, I've been channeling Joe Cool this weekend. I was telling Dom and Avi in the chat about it, how early in the week I don't care as much about what this person may think if I go over here or there, or I'm kind to this person or not, like, because and I thought of you, bro, like not only what you do in the panels, but what you told us anecdotally about in gangland in Chicago, how you actually practice these things and you still have a cool life and you still are able to so because that for me, that as a quote unquote ex nice guy, like that's a big burden, bro. Like, oh, I can't go over here. You're missing out, bro. Like, fuck all that shit, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I hear about
thank
that,
you, Joe, for being a good example.
And thank you for taking the good aspects to the copy. Okay.
Yeah, and Shadow Buddha's keeping me honest. He's like my Morpheus.
You're a lucky fuck to have
deal with
him in
somebody.
chat, right? You kind of, I mean, it's kind of hard to go wrong. You got your little conscience in the chat, right? He ain't gonna let you slip, bro.
Yeah, and not just there, but like offline, we talk a lot. Yeah.
And I've seen him get fiery too when the motherfuckers say it do something
yeah.
wrong. He's got fiery with me. He's jumped up me a couple times. You want that in here. All right. I'm sorry.
So Dominic's killing. Joe's killing. Avian, let's check in so we don't become a void. Avian, what's your thoughts in this? The so-called elites? Because you had a good point. Maybe you can reset what you said to Joe about like there's no way of knowing who these people actually are, right?
Yeah, we have to, basically, there are a lot of strange things, but we cannot know if that's a psyop or not. But we have to rely on inference. But it does seem that they're very transgressive, like the Rothschilds and the Marina Abramovich, stuff like that.
Oh yeah,
yes,
yeah, it definitely seems that way. But we don't know 100% how much power they can project or like. But
we can make inferences though, like you said.
Yeah. Rely on inferences.
I had my friend Justin in the Netherlands. He said something like, "What if actually they're trying to do their best? They really are actually trying to do what they think is right." And this is what now intentions. Well, they say like the road to hell was paved with good intentions. Yeah. Too, but like But with that said,
actually, I would push back against that. I feel strongly they don't have good intentions. I think ultimately, because if they had good intentions, they would be more transparent. You see, they're not transparent.
Good point. Yeah. Maybe, because I'm not them. Maybe when you get so arrogant, like I catch people on panel believing this, that the other people are so stupid that you must make all decisions. If they think like that, then we're not worthy of even of transparency because we wouldn't understand anyway. We couldn't make complex geopolitical decisions. We're not worthy. So of course they wouldn't give a bunch of monkeys that shit. And now if this is their philosophy, they still may feel like they're doing good. I'm saving the monkeys. They would kill themselves without me. A lot of them could. I'm just, giving alternate, paths that might be going on.
Yeah. I would say that they have to coordinate with stuff like, industry interest, like that is massively interconnected and complex. And I don't think a single person is in control of like the massive supply chains and all the stuff. Yeah.
No, I think that I used a metaphor of I took it from Terrence McKenna too. Like this is a train that's going down a track at high speeds with nobody driving, kind of.
Yes.
Or people are trying to get to the conductor.
Yeah. Or 50 passengers driving at the same time. You come to the same results.
Yeah. And all the infighting is like it's like who's going to be on top of this?
Yes.
Want to be perceived control? Who's going to be number one? Yeah.
That shit happens here.
What happens in Chicago? You're saying with the local governments? Yeah.
Ooh. Yo, put this bitch out. Oh,
Oh, he's blasted now.
here in YouTube
Mhm.
land. You still
Okay.
see you see that people think they are better than other people.
Yeah, big time. Especially when they're critiquing other people.
Yes, and you just I don't know, man. It's kind of weird that that me or Tommy is telling Paul about all our in a like we're better. I shouldn't throw myself in that because I've never felt better than anyone, but I know
Yeah.
for sure that Tommy and Paul believe that they're better than other people when they enter a room, and it's so unreal
Yeah.
because you just like the rest of us, man. Even on a good day, you're
Well-
just like the rest of us at best.
I mean, to be fair, I think no disrespect, Dom. I think Dom feels like this too, because maybe he is.
Nah,
In a
okay,
sense.
Ike has that. I don't know if you met Ike. I'm sure you have. Ike has that. He's like, Joe, I'm better than half these niggas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but maybe he's definitely like that. But with Dom, I would think on one level he might think like what I just said, and however on a higher level he just says it doesn't even matter. Right? But he's right here, so he can speak for
The
himself.
question I would say to myself, how would that serve me if I thought I was better or lesser than another being?
Yeah,
All right.
It's arrogant to think you're better than other people, because then I could turn around and say, okay, so did you invent languages? No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
What about the alchemy of steel or plastic? And back to what you're saying, Joe, this stuff is openly talked about. This is not about they hide all this stuff. This is in plain daylight. It's just most people don't have comprehension skills.
I
Living in
agree.
an age, they tell you there's an agenda going on.
Right.
Are we to assume that all the countries are randomly run? No, they're all orchestrated. All of a sudden,
Right.
something like COVID comes along, everything shuts down. Come on.
Everybody has the same plans,
Sure they do.
the same procedures.
Mhm.
These are webs. These are all webs.
Yes.
And if not, then what? We magically, in our lifetime, all of us decided to have a cell phone in our hand. It's the easiest thing to condition the human behavior.
Yeah. Can't do without it now. Yeah.
Yes. And when you give them things, the people become way more compliant.
Sure.
You become dependent upon them and just can't live without my Netflix and my internet.
Hive mentality. It's hive mentality. And
If I didn't have my phone, I would have been reading more.
put it this way, they put a lot of
Right.
thought. They put a lot of thought behind. Let's get them to subscribe to channels and give likes. You know how much that's religious and state-like?
Yes.
To subscribe to a channel so they can track us. Interesting. But yet they're going to say, but I'm against them. No, you're with them. You just don't know it yet. Yeah, but the elites have the singers of the world doing certain things. Well, the rest of us are doing things. How many people are going to go onto a transit system and go for a 3-hour work ride? They can justify by saying, I need to feed my family. No, you're conditioned like the rest of us. Welcome to the human experience.
What the heck is a work ride? I know it's not the point
Work
of it,
ride.
but
You're on a transit. You got to go to work with I call it a work ride.
Dominic,
I thought you had to
so
work
like,
on the train.
oh, he slipped up. He's from another dimension. He got that wrong.
Right.
Astral travel to
He's
work.
just visiting us. He slipped
I'm
up.
always visiting. And some of the stuff that Joe has.
Work, right, yeah.
I thought the motherfucker you work on the train for 3 hours. So
Yeah,
y'all
work,
that
right,
weed
yeah.
is good that I was just smoking, bro.
Well, people do have
Yeah.
to on the train to fix it. Go ahead.
I have a question. I think Gabriel, you seem to be a good teacher, but throughout your life and to other people, have you
Thank
ever
you.
had a teacher that said your life is worthless? I think that's very bad for teachers to do that.
Yeah, have you
That's
ever had
bad.
shitty teachers?
I've had a teacher that slapped me in the face when I was in first grade.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Now, did I deserve it? I mean, on a higher level, probably, but on a man-made like school system, no. But
You're a teacher now. In retrospect,
Yeah.
looking at your teachers now that you're a teacher,
Yeah.
can you see any major shortcomings that maybe you saw then, or maybe you overlooked then with your adult teaching
me?
eyes. Yes, your teachers in your
me
life.
compared to me as
Just looking through your eyes,
the
can
teacher?
you think back and be like, because I'm a teacher now, I know what patience looks like. I know
yeah.
what, what do
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think of my teachers now?
Well, compared to we were talking about my colleagues at the academy, like I actually
No,
don't.
I am talking about teachers when you were a kid.
I think they were really good. I was
Very
lucky.
good. Very good.
I was
Very
lucky,
good.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I've had some weird teachers, especially there's been weird times in my life where I had a lot of shit going on where some of these teachers didn't know how to handle me. And I used to get in trouble a lot early, like elementary school.
Yeah.
But I noticed some of those teachers, some of them were drunk, literally drunk.
Yes,
And
yeah.
but
So
with
we
that
had a
said,
couple.
I think patience is a motherfucker and virtue. You're a teacher.
Yeah.
And for me, I think it's one of the biggest lessons I'm learning and being present, right? And that's for students to do better. Is they need to have patience too, because there's some of these kids like they don't even check their work. They'll do their tests really quick. Their handwriting's horrible.
Yeah.
And it's like all you got to do is slow down. And I had the same issues myself as a student. And I think Shannon Buddha was telling me, we're talking about this, is like a lot of teachers actually or poor students. I know people make the joke like, teachers are the people who sucked at school. Well, yeah, that is true. Maybe they're because we're trying to do better.
I've heard that. I don't know if there's validity to it.
But there are also teachers that were like probably geniuses and whatnot. But with
and
that
you
said,
you had teachers that not just genius, you had teachers that were really smart, but even better, they had the soft touch or the way to communicate. These skills are more valuable, so you shouldn't degrade them.
It's a soft science, like how to deal with people, and I think that's the most important thing. Like that teacher slapped me. But I'm sure she could have done something better.
Right. That was hard science.
Yeah. Across the face. What did the hand say to the face? Slap. Right. And the funny thing is, I saw her. You guys were like this. Here, I'm going to bring Machine up. But hello, Machine Lines. How's it going? I'll say this, like, it's funny enough. It's very esoteric. Years later, I had saw that same teacher that slapped me when I was like probably in my early 20s.
Right.
Because I'm from San Jose, California, and we have one of the few Rosicrucian museums, temples in our city. Rosicrucian. We're talking about conspiracy, quote unquote, conspiracy theories.
Talking of conspiracy.
Yeah, this is literally where they not only did they open it to the public, but they do worshiping.
Is this over here or over there? This is still.
No, this is San Jose, California, my hometown.
Okay.
Yeah, Silicon Valley, the heart of Silicon Valley, and.
Sorry, I'm going to take off in a bit, but I want to do a little pushback on a word, okay?
Okay.
Because Ava, you just shared it. I just want to push back on the word. When somebody says life is worthless, I know it was a question form. Question is for most people, what is life?
What is love?
What is life?
What is life? And as you're pondering, think of the word breath of life.
I already got 8 answers and shit. What was the second one?
We use terms like the breath of life. You breathe it in all the time. It exists. We exist with. It exists with or without us. It's our existence that we're concerned about, not life.
Hey, Landry.
Delandry, perfect timing. What is life?
Yeah.
What is life?
Yes. Life. L-I-F-E.
In like a literal sense or like in a spiritual way?
Dom,
pretty deep.
That was Dom's question. Dom, you spiritual? Can you guide him?
I can't guide him. I'm just going to. Usually, the best way to answer a question when somebody asks is to ask it back. So for me, the breath of life is what I breathe in and out. It's unconditional. It's served to all living beings. Now, other people might have their interpretation. Please share.
No. The breath of life. However,
that
if you use it, sorry, you go.
Doesn't that sound kind of like just fancy sounding words?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if there's much substance in that.
Okay, those are mine. Would you like to share yours if you don't mind?
Well, no, I want a little bit more, I guess, clarity and
like I said,
breathing back into
I'm not here to babysit. If you want to share, share.
Oh well, I mean that was a fair question though. Landry said, like, what like? Can you unpack it a little bit more, Dom?
Okay.
When you say breath of life,
what's keeping your existence right now? It's by far more needed than say water, let alone food. It's air.
Yeah. That's Honorable Elijah Muhammad, which I went to appear in my life. I read a lot of his works, and he said that is life too. He said something similar. All there is your breath.
So when we say the breath of life, we cannot be breaking it down to that.
Not just breathing, but that's
No.
thing.
He said
Take
just
it for
air.
granted.
Breathing. You
Yeah.
elevated it. Breathing is a little different than air. Just air. If that's the breath of life is air, that doesn't sound right. The breath of
Okay.
life must
Break it
be
down, then,
bigger.
Joe. Break it down.
My man.
I put myself out there.
Yeah,
You
I don't
share.
have a problem.
Break it down.
This is me. I don't have a problem. You know I don't. All right. So like if I'm using breath of life, everything colloquially and in whatever esoteric shit that I feel, the breath of life is something that can be gauged, meaning some
Harold?
guy can experience the breath of life differently than another cat. When I hear the breath of life, this guy did. I don't know. I can't phrase it well, but this guy had a better experience with the breath of life, and he dug into the breath of life. He found the breath of life. If it's just air, everybody had it.
That's poetic, but yeah.
You know, I do think that's interesting because it's so important that we don't even think about it, right? We're always thinking about our lives are built around what are we going to eat?
Yeah,
What are we going to drink?
Yeah, you overlooked the oxygen part.
yeah.
What was
Yeah.
the first one he said?
That's
what is
important
life?
too.
Was the first question
Drinking
without the breath
water
of life.
is very important. Yeah.
I know I overlooked that shit. I mean, in this day and age, when you get up and have 18 different juices, cocktails, chocolate milk, so and so, you will forget how
No.
important water is. Just how it's
Unless
the
you
life.
fast for 5 days, like I did before, without water.
Then you
Oh.
you'll understand.
Yeah, you love taking a shower and you realize how your skin takes in the water. That's like a fucking luxury. Yeah. But in terms of these things we do take it for granted. And the breath, think about it. The only time people really probably think about their breath is when when they're running or something, for example, they're not used to it, or when they quote unquote die, when they're about to pass. And if anyone's ever been around someone who's okay, bye, Landry. anyone that's been around someone that's about to die, like you see their breath, huh? How it's like they're very conscious of it. It's like so
Yeah, the Upanishad says that before dying, your final thoughts and everything intermingles with the breath before it leaves. And I read this one book by Robert Temple about plasma physics. He claims that it could be like related to plasma physics and bioplasma in the body. But it's interesting, yeah.
I don't want
Yeah.
to change it. I'm digging the breath of life, but to be honest and selfish, I like the first one he asked first. He said, "What is life?" I would like to throw that around with you cats. What is life was the first one he asked.
Yeah, I would say there are different levels of explanation. You can start at conventional and go down to ultimate. I would say the ultimate is probably closest to like an unborn, non-abiding awareness in which life and death are not ultimately two. At least that's like the most
It's logical.
I don't know what I mean.
If you say what is life, the first thing you think in the average cat, the first thing you think is life is what we have here, and you die and it's over. But then, you know, on the sense that Avian Buddha's talking about, you understand that there was no death. It was just like a transitional. You walked out of one room into another type shit. So they are one.
Yeah, exactly.
But
conventional realm.
that's not what we're taught.
Are dealing with. Oh, sorry for interrupting. But
I was about to say that's not what we're taught, though. Like, I'm not saying that's because we're taught it. This is how it goes down, but we're taught that first you live, then you die.
Yes.
Right. Unless you're a Buddhist, there'll be another try. One love.
yeah.
But there probably is a continuum. It could be continuum. But don't you think that's narcissism in a sense? Thinking that like, when you quote unquote die, like I'm not going to be the same person, and everything's going to be.
Yes, I think it would be narcissistic to think that you're going to be the same person. It's not narcissistic to believe that you continue afterwards, but it would be narcissistic to perhaps think that, Joe Cool is so cold that this version of Joe Cool is ready for every so-and-so. This version of Joe Cool walks in here and there. Probably not,
I think it's a lot of these just the quote unquote dying would be the ultimate of this probably. But like a lot of big things in our lives are just simply change of perspective. But which is not simple.
No,
in a lot of cases.
no, it's cold. I was
just
only
how you
quiet
look at
because
things.
I was soaking it
Like
in.
you could, yeah, like you could have a relationship with your parents, and they've been very hard on you or whatever.
Yeah.
You have all of it, even abusive, like those teachers that Avian was saying, and I was talking about. Like, but there could be something that happens where you see them in a different light as not just your parents,
Right.
but as a human that's
Yes.
struggling, and you like just
Yeah.
wow, you fucking have compassion and
Nothing physically would have
nothing-
changed.
yeah, exactly.
You know, but
Yeah,
your perspective could only be the only thing that changed.
Yeah, it was his name. Castaneda would say movement of the assemblage point, which is just my terms of your perspective that's
Yeah.
usually locked in.
Yep.
You know,
I think that
Paradigm
makes you
shifted.
healthier.
Yeah, it does.
A friend of mine would call it healthier. He don't like to say good or bad. He say healthier, and it gives you so much more peace of mind when you can change your perspective on a thing. I can give you an example. When white folks, racist white folk, not just white folk, period, but racists used to call me that word, hard R. I used to trigger.
Mhm.
Yeah, a little change in
Keep going.
perspective, and now, I feel sorry for the guy.
Yeah, well, that's a good example because I'll show you this, Joe. Because I mean, somebody was telling me that you were over there, Orthodox guy, RL was there.
Yeah.
And like they were talking about the hard R and the A and like how she was accused of saying all those things. And did she say that she didn't say the A?
She said nigga, but she thought she was okay because that's what.
Oh, you mean A?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Now, would it change your view of her if you found out that she said the R?
It depends on
Order.
context, but it could.
All right, let me show you this real quick. This is from CM, real quick from his stream earlier. This is supposedly somebody had like some conversation she had. This is her
I
talking.
know. I've been trying to find these damn streams.
CM is cool. This is supposed to be her, I think, talking to some.
Okay. You want
They're about to play
okay,
it.
Let me know if you can hear it.
Bro, 100%. Like,
Did you hear that?
and it's this weapon, some lame ass bullshit. Like, don't think that I mean, don't you think it's easier for me to go viral as the fucking next Latina racist? Come on, bro. Let's be for real. And I'm so fucking sick and tired of having this fucking nigger word and these motherfuckers putting my back up against the wall when I never, ever, ever speak on them for shit. Roz came at the wrong time at the wrong motherfucking one. For real. I have my dad's Archie Bunker. My dad's the most racist human being in life. He calls black people fucking asphalt. Okay? So he'd be proud of me if I went viral for racism. Don't test me, bro. Don't test me. Fucking bullshit. And the only reason why I hold back and I have respect for people like Andrea, I have respect for people like LG. You know what I'm saying? And I would hate to break their hearts because they're good girls. And I'm not fucking racist, but I can't stand a fucking nigger, bro.
Woo. Any thoughts, Joe?
careful.
Joe, cool. Hold up. Hold on, respectfully.
Be careful.
I was
saying
curious
that.
your thoughts, Joe. Yeah,
Well,
thank you, Amy.
I thought it was great that through the whole thing I had one thought and all these different ways, and then at the end,
Yes.
that was the clarification.
Yes.
She could excuse everything. This was why I said that, and it was logical. Playing the game, use your shit against you. It's hard to find a reason around. I fucking hate niggers.
And
Yeah,
then
you got-
right before preface by saying like I'm not racist, but
Right?
say one of the most racist things you could say.
Yeah. Oh, even though G don't go that hard.
Well, yeah. So
StreamYard has been, giving more warnings lately. So
For
don't
sure,
say
for
that
sure.
word. Yeah.
I know we said it, but please don't keep bringing it up. Like, I appreciate you saying that. Yeah, the first time I got it, one love. Of course, CM had to be. He said, "Yikes!" That was on his broadcast. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
See him like in the
I mean, I
cuts.
think
What's up, machine?
yeah, I think what's more damning about that clip is how she says
Uh-huh.
like this is her plan to like go viral. That's super crazy.
Oh, being a racist.
No, that-
She said
that
she
could
could
have
have
been-
been a racist Latina.
That could have been
Almost
playing
racist.
around. I thought that could have
Yeah.
been mind shit at
Yeah.
that point, threatening or acting weird. I see, everybody does that. I could go there or whatever. I'm not trying to say you're wrong, but I could have still, I see outs and twist outs behind that part even still.
Okay. Joe,
Yeah, I mean-
CM says, excuse me, machine. He said couldn't put it any better, Joe.
Right.
And now, would you consider that? Do you think she lied to you though, or downplay it, Joe? What she said to
downplayed
you
for
yesterday?
sure.
Lie?
I'm not even sure what you're talking about, but downplayed for sure.
She said the hard R. She said the A. Didn't say the R.
Yeah, see, I'm throwing.
Wouldn't that be a lie?
Make sure I didn't hear that directly. Make sure because and I'm trying to make sure the wording before I call somebody a liar. I'd had to.
Okay.
And I've talked to her. I don't know a bunch of times about it. Yeah, I know we said nigga. It was nigga because she was like, yeah, I get to do that. I'm Hispanic, so yes. I don't know if that's a lie. I downplay it. I hate to be that guy, but I want to hear it again.
We heard that. You want to hear it again?
Yeah.
Well, he said CM said she ain't
Wait.
not
let's do
racist.
it.
She just hates
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure it out too. See, what the fuck?
Well, I mean, she said it like on Chuck's broadcast, I think, when you were there. Like this is not what I'm not racist, but I said
Yeah.
the A, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm putting you on the spot, Joe. That's why.
I don't feel on the spot.
No, I'm just kidding.
I loved it.
the
Question
machine?
for
Machine.
people here. Let's say you came across, two races. Okay, one of them is more polite and courteous, like he's more sophisticated in how he conveys his views, while the other one is saying like the hard R and other stuff. Yeah, like, would you agree you can respectfully disagree with the first one, or would you say that you would also be very pissed at the first one or something?
I think like I'd be mad at them. I'd probably be annoyed by them both and disrespected maybe. But both, however, that word is charged, that hard R, bro. Like that.
It is.
And people like to say they have to come.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say the moment was charged. I didn't even know what came before, but it had been a moment. She was ramped up. She was on 10. That was 10 saying, "I'm gonna destroy the world." That was OG saying, "Oh, I hate you, savages." She was there.
He was very angry.
Yes.
Definitely. Yeah. But it's interesting because a lot of the people that she surrounded herself at first was a lot of black people.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
It seems
you
like
think
she
that-
felt betrayed by brothers, and that's why it came out. So it makes
I
sense.
mean, I get pissed off by it. No, I to be honest, I can see if I was pissed off at someone like I've only been pissed off really by one person in Taiwan in my 10 years here, like at the store. I was disrespectful,
Right.
and then I have to be honest. I probably in my mind I wanted to say like you F like some
Right,
racial.
racist shit.
I don't know him because I didn't know anything else to talk about him. Now if I saw if he had like a big nose or look retarded or said something like that, but
Right.
that's easy. It's easy to say that, but when you know somebody and you still say that, that's some crazy shit. Like,
No, it's not. Listen, here, let me tell a story. A bunch of cats that I love, admire, respect, and activists and shit, big name motherfuckers. And I got to meet them and all that shit. And I love them, took me in, we're still best friends to this day. Somebody, the head guy, I'm gonna call his name. He's super famous, man, Eric Brandt. I've heard him say the hard R all the time, but it's usually trolling cops because a cop was like, someone called in and said, "I got a hard R on my lawn," and they send the cop out. So he'll call the police station. "Hey, you still got that hard R removal service?" So he'll say,
yeah, to me that's
like
that's
that.
a little different. That's a little
Yes.
different.
However,
I can see someone being angry about it, but like, go ahead.
yes, I was okay with all that shit. I thought it was hilarious, and then I saw him do it in anger. And of course, everybody's gonna come to show me.
Yeah.
Before I talked to him, I was like, "Joe, I love that nigga." I was still, my mind was still, like I say, you hear it and you react wrongly. I was still in that mindset. And all of them, I called all white folks. And all of them, except for one, said, you know, I got all people I admire and spend a lot of time with and didn't see as racist. Said I've said it once. I've said it before, not once. I've said it before in anger too, Joe. We know it is the thing when you that will really hurt you when we are the hottest. And then the one who didn't say it, he called back and was like, man, I think I got to tell you this. I've said it before too, and I was angry. So I had to reconsider. It's a real thing, man, even from good people. It don't condemn a motherfucker.
Well, I'm not saying she's a bad person for that or anything like that, but people make a mistake, but it's just it's a bad look.
The biggest thing to me is that she avoided it. We're just meeting each other, right? I would have preferred this is exactly what happened. You know, because, you know, if you building, my man says this, your foundation of your relationship got to be on trust, loyal, honesty, and all of those things at the very beginning. It's crucial. He said, like, never succeed.
Yeah, can I
Just
ask
be honest,
something?
take the L. Take
Yeah,
the
let
L,
me-
be like, hey, I said it.
Yes, for the moment, yes. Right.
Yeah, right. I feel bad about it, but yeah, I'm trying to be a better person. Go ahead.
Yeah. My question
Not
was
lie
that,
about it.
Yeah, recently I just did a temporary subscription to Netflix to watch a movie, and it was weird because so many advertisements are promoting interracial marriages, and you don't really see many strong white people in the advertisements anymore. Do you think that the establishment is trying to like reversing? You know, it's kind of like reverse discrimination because you know I feel like that's true.
Wait, say that again.
Like
You don't see it.
Like I've been looking at all the advertisements, okay, and almost all the time they show successful black men, which do exist. You know, I'm saying I'm not but
talking to
each time they show a white man, they kind of emasculate them. They emasculate.
You're gonna let me back you up a little bit, Avian. I wouldn't say all the time because you still have your great successful white man images, but I do get your point because the average white man is portrayed as dumb. His wife got to tell him what to do. He can't remember shit. Kind of a goofy Homer Simpson type motherfucker. That is a big how they stereotype a big part of you cats as just goofy. And you know, that's a thing of the white man.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I see him come up, and if you're saying that we were downplaying it, I'm not. I said like it was a horrible act. I'm not gonna like keep dwelling on it and shit like that. But I'll give you. It was a horrible act. It was ugly. Right? I'm not trying to associate with that type of shit.
Yeah, personal revenge.
Yeah.
Just think the media. You know. I'm not trying to.
You're always welcome up, CM.
Claim here, but the media is like heavily promoting interracial marriages. They are emasculating white people in advertisements now. Like it's
wait. Okay.
It went from discriminating blacks to discriminating.
What's up, CM?
I didn't think
What's up, guys? We're chilling, bro.
I didn't think that the marriage thing, interracial marriage, was a bad thing. You know, I see it in advertisements.
Oh, I know. Now I knew he's gonna. When he said Netflix, because Buddha and I have talked about this shit. There is something that seems to be a push this, like the heroine, or you see the machine probably, and the hero is always like this mixed woman with like curly hair, light skin.
I didn't know what to
looks like a young version of that girl from Half Baked, Mary Jane. Right. They're always pushing that, and they do these interracial the stars are one black, one white. It's usually the girl is black or mixed, and the dude is white.
Yes,
right, not the other way around. And they don't share a lot, like a black, like especially a dark complected melanated person couple. They don't share that. And I like what Bobby Hemmison back in the day.
Good point. Unless it's a black person made it. You're right.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and I like what he said. He said if they started making these soap operas and movies, like in general, with like dark black people, for example, like having like romantic, like kissing, and he said he probably blew up the whole movie theater with all the power.
That's a great point.
Interesting, though. I saw this movie about Ibn Sina, who was a great doctor in Iran. Okay, and they had a white guy come from Britain. Okay, he had like magic powers, like he could like heal everyone with his hand. And they portrayed the Persians at that time as being savages, and unrooted. I was like, this is the white
Right.
secular complex.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
it.
Yeah, there
they
you
do
go.
that. They do all of them. They do.
That's
And
it.
like the Native
Like-
Americans, still to this day, I'm in conversation with white motherfuckers and be like, we did Indians a favor. They was just over here killing each other anyway. What the fuck?
Shit.
Who says and thinks crazy
That's
shit
it.
like that?
What up, Markella? That is crazy, yo.
Hey,
Shout out
Markella.
to Markella. Get better. Hello, good to have you, my sister, our beloved mod, number one mod. CM interviewed a damn white Hebrew Israelite the other day, or not interviewed, but he had him on his.
Oh, yeah,
Can you tell us about that, CM? How'd that go?
Yeah, I mean, he just obviously like was a crackhead. He was
Yeah,
saying
it's
he lived
just
in
better to
Afghanistan and
judge
shit.
people as individuals.
Yeah, he say living in Afghanistan. Yeah. What'd you say?
He's probably in
Buddha?
fucking Canada.
I said it's better to
I
judge
think it was.
people as individuals, because
Oh yeah, for sure.
yeah, that's
And their actions too. That's why when we're talking about RLM, I was not necessarily talking about her because I don't know her like that, but like we're just talking about actions and shit. I was telling the same thing to Buddha to Vanta when I think you fell asleep. You were in and out of
I was
consciousness.
I appreciate y'all for
Yeah.
holding it down.
Yeah, man, because I like CM's show a lot, just like I like Machines a lot. And y'all subscribe to CM, bro. He's a really good, real talk, really good, fun, have a lot of fun. But we talk about some serious stuff. I like it's a good channel. And I saw Vanta like Ponder, and I were and Vanta in the chat. We're having this great discussion. She was leading about like bloodlines and migration. And then Vanta just wanted to be like the main character and just take the shit
Yeah,
over.
it's I don't even do
He's like,
Vanta no more.
Yeah.
I don't do that.
That's
no
what he does.
Yeah. And I
That's what he does.
Yeah.
yeah. Shadow Buddha says, Gabe, remember that portrayal of the male best friend in the movies as a white feminine simp? So he isn't masculine. Yeah, that there's that too, right? The best friend's like he's very
they portray
very
the
soy
male
boy.
best friend
Yeah.
as a white feminine simp. Jeez.
Yeah.
What movie are
That-
y'all talking about?
A lot of these shows are like that.
Oh, I thought you were talking about one in particular.
What's up, Melanie? How's it going? What's up, Furby? Good to see you.
I am appalled.
Oh, here we go.
I thought the internet was
Hi,
for
by the
porn.
way. Good to see you.
It is literally
Yeah.
there's literally
You
a
say
song.
hello.
Hi.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just too appalled for
Go
normal
ahead.
conversation.
You know, do it.
There's a song called "The Internet Is for Porn." When the internet was created, we all collectively decided this place is for porn, and now I'm finding out
I
there's
thought so.
racist on here. Since when? Since when are there racists on the internet?
There's no room
I
for
mean, just because there is, does that make it right still? I mean, it's fucking annoying and shameful, actually.
What do you think?
People like that.
How much time are we supposed to put into this stuff, though? Right? Like, okay,
I love
someone
it.
said the N word.
What about respect?
Respect is the thing,
and
but
I'm, saying, I'm
go
not
ahead.
saying
Go
don't
ahead.
condemn it. Like, certainly we should all condemn this. But like,
right.
if we care about every single person who says the N word on the internet, we're never
It's gonna
logging
get
off.
yeah, it's gonna get yeah, it's gonna get
I
convoluted.
don't agree with that. I think you're kind of like
Go ahead,
downplaying
CM.
it.
Yeah, let's hear it. Yeah.
Super downplaying it like that. And that's what usual bigots do. They're like, "Oh, just get over that." Like, just.
I
let
agree.
them
I
do
hear
it.
that all the
These
time.
people,
but-
like, that's what I'm saying. Oh, it's so many murderers out there. Just let them keep killing. Like,
But if a
I don't know what
motherfucker
they're
say
killing, like,
that,
it's just one killer. Yeah, like that's like saying that.
so you think that's the line, right? The what do they call it? They got the deal breaker. If a white motherfucker says the hard R, you just communicate them or whatever that word is. You get rid of them. See, I'm asking you.
I think it's just everything. It's not. I feel what everybody's saying. I always understand what people are saying, but I feel like it's just the whole get up of the situation, like her, like the way she portrays her podcast, the way she did everything, the move she's trying to make now.
Right.
I think that's more so.
I could tell there's more to it.
How she was trying to be anonymous about it. That's
What do you mean? Tell me that. What do you mean?
Like how she said that to behind closed doors, so that makes it even worse.
I was trying to be anonymous about it. Yeah.
Yeah, how she dug into her childhood to show how her childhood was raised racist. Like,
right.
That makes it 1,000 times worse. She dug her own. You know what I'm saying? It's not about her, it's about the situation. You feel me?
Oh, okay.
I
Speaking
do.
of that, then
You're
what
right.
about
Okay.
this? Well, Furby and Joe. So
Yeah.
Furby, I don't think you know though that RM wasn't about the hard art only, but it was also she
He
lied
just
to
reminded
she
me.
lied to Joe's face, telling him that she didn't say that. You know, do you think
But she
that
basically
has
lying to
some?
her whole audience.
Say
Yeah,
again.
but she lied to Joe though. I don't
Somebody,
care
y'all
about
can
our
y'all
audience. I
bump up
care about
CM
Joe Cool.
microphone a little bit?
My bad. That might be me, but
It sounds good now.
I mean, now it's just
What's up, Nero?
interpersonal. It's less about the act and more about, how,
Okay.
how
What's
we
up?
treat others in this space.
Good to see you. Yeah,
I don't know this
I like
person. They
that.
could, maybe they're forgetful and they forgot that they said it. Maybe they were trying to do defense because they knew they said it.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
I'm saying
I
is
understand.
that like we have really good discussions on here,
Mhm.
and it seems to me that like we're trying to be here for a purpose, right?
I
And
think so.
some people come on here to call out the racism and talk about how we can fight it, and I love those people for doing that.
Agreed.
But we can't all be doing that.
Well, I mean, you guys knew you're gonna trigger me on this issue. I mean, here's the thing: is like, what's the main point of contention? I mean, it like not in this specific instance, but
Respect.
in general, like in a general sense. Okay, yeah. So
Yeah.
in a general sense, I mean, do you think that? Let me put it like this:
Mhm.
people in general deserve respect, but there's a lot of individuals who don't really deserve as much respect as they get. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, there's some of the
Yeah, true.
respect is earned.
Yeah.
Shit.
So what I mean, for example, right? Like, there's obviously there's clearly people who look like me who do some bad things, and so if somebody says like, "Yo, crackers, this and that, the third, whatever," like, do this, like, if somebody says that and then to say, well, I don't know that like that's really representative of like all the people that you're referring to, and then they double down to say, no, all y'all the same.
That
That's
yes,
very different. That's very different,
that's
right?
very different.
In the
That's
same
ignorant.
turn, like, okay, there's this guy on Twitter who goes around in his hometown, and like, I guess a bunch of black people tried to like intimidate him. So now he goes around his whole town, and when these people mess with him, he just films it and calls them the N word to their face.
You mean Chud the Builder?
Yeah, Chud the Builder. Yeah.
No, but he
So-
instigates most of the time that I've seen. Like the dudes are saying like, "Hey man, I like your hair, your mustache," and they'll be like, "Okay, you N word, hard R." Like so,
And he
maybe
used to-
sometimes he instigates it though to keep it 100. But go ahead,
And he-
Bruno.
He used to
Yeah.
fuck with black people too, because they was showing the text message between him and his black
But then he's a
friends.
wigger too, so it's funny.
Where
Right.
Okay,
you know
it's
he
interesting.
was a wigger type shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
On one
Well,
end, he wants to. Okay.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. As at one end, he wants to he cultivates and he enjoys black culture. And he wants to imitate it, but on the other end, he wants to like make them subhuman in the things he says and whatnot. So I see that dynamic in this panelverse sometimes too. On one end, they want to take our slang and all this stuff, and but then they say some weirdo shit like that.
Well, see,
Racist shit.
I think it's nuanced because I think, in my opinion, and again, I think this just comes with. I'm looking at this as a media analysis. I'm not saying that like, yes, please go around and say the N word. But what I think is happening is that like, because again, I come from the South, and like when I go back, I can see this happening in real life. Like, and again, I'm not saying this. This is going to sound very offensive, but I'm going to be very respectful. I'm not going to say the word, but they are doing this inwordification to every race of people right now, where they're trying to put everybody in like a gang. They're trying to say like,
Me and
I'm
you
a black
agree.
person. Yeah, like for example, like there's this guy who calls himself a. Well, hold on, let me get through it. There's someone who calls himself Professor Homomoto, and he calls himself I'm the Yellow Man, and I speak jive. And so he talks about this phenomenon that happens where. And I've met people like this in San Francisco where there's like an Asian guy and he tries so hard to be black, right? I'm sure you've met these people before.
Yeah,
right?
my father-in-law, ex-father-in-law. I mean, we weren't married, but he might as well be. But he was from the Fillmore district, so that is a black district too. So, but anyway, go ahead.
All right.
Yeah, but so my point is that they've been doing this to whites, particularly in the South, but in every major city where they're like, okay, white culture is bad, so therefore now you're gonna like take on this persona of Wiggerism or something, right?
What is white
So-
culture?
White people
Well,
who
the thing,
Like Americana, probably type stuff, right?
well, it's mostly just
What
English
natives
and
here
German.
first?
Nah, I'm talking about like white people
And
shit,
what?
like Tom Hanks.
Yeah, but okay, like
colonialism.
look. If I grew up speaking Cherokee and
You got to
Iroquois,
get close
I
to the
don't have a
mic,
problem
pimp.
with it, right?
Jack,
So-
come on, get back to the mic.
Yeah, he's
Jack.
doing something.
I know.
So
you
you're
don't
so
speak. I want to hear what
land the
he's
plane.
saying.
Yeah,
You
can
land
I
the
ask
plane,
something? I want to ask.
Well, hold on.
something.
Narrow land the plane, then avian, and then machine.
I
and then
actually,
CM.
I'm still waiting to
Right.
respond to.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So,
Yeah,
so,
I got nothing. So.
so yeah, I mean, anyways, so my point is just that, I mean, look, I'm happy to get into comment to Foxy, whatever their name is, but you know, I don't think it's going to go that well for them because, I mean, yeah, natives were here, and look, if I grew up speaking Iroquois and Cherokee, which honestly, my family is part Cherokee and shit like that.
Okay,
so,
Elizabeth
No, they're
Warren.
not.
How the
but
conversation turn? I
Was
didn't
that
understand
CM? He said
what
no?
was going on
No,
with the
they're not.
first thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
What
yeah, I
they're
mean,
doing to
even
black
if I were
white
lying, but it's
people.
like, who cares?
They're
You're
doing that with
$5 Indian, dude.
infiltrating all the different races. I'm not sure I ever understood what you were talking about with that, to be honest.
He didn't
Well,
know what he was talking about.
That's
Who
why I
said
was
that?
trying
Well,
to ask
yeah.
questions that would have clarified.
See, hold on. Who said that?
CM.
Me. And that's why I asked who is trying to do this
who,
and what is white culture? Things that would have helped me understand what you mean.
There's no such thing as white culture, dude.
Yeah, I agree. I think white is a social construction, as you people like to call it, right?
Who's you people? White is
Yeah.
I mean,
I-
people of your culture, the woke culture.
the woke
I
culture.
think it's
the
normal
woke-
for
the
humans
woke
to like form
That's white and black, right?
Yeah, it has nothing to do with race.
Who
Or
says I'm
again, I
woke?
think
You didn't even- you
I
didn't
think
even
race
understand.
I think race is not real anyway, so it doesn't really matter to me.
Like if
No,
you
it's
said
initiative.
capitalism's trying to commodify the fact that we normally form cliques and in groups and all this stuff, then
We would
sure.
agree.
I don't think it's something that they have to push on us. We naturally do that, and some people want to be part of groups that they're not a part of. That's also a natural human thing. So
I
you need
love
a
it all.
conspiracy to explain that.
Yeah.
Well, but cliques imply conspiracy. I mean, cliques kind of conspire to do shit together, right? So
I'm
No.
not sure they imply.
It does one does not follow the other. Also, another interesting thing is like when you think about it, it's again pretty normal that humans would. Actually, I lost my train of thought. I'm going to drop it.
All right. Wait, back to this. Why, CM? Why do you think Neurojack's not a Cherokee?
Oh no, sorry. Just Elizabeth
He's
Warren
not.
said the
No.
exact same
Come on
thing.
now.
And
Hold
that's
on,
the
hold
only
on,
reason. That was my joke. The context behind it.
Okay.
In the $5 Indians because what was it, the 1865 Hallmark Act where they were getting fucking just stealing black people's land.
well, I can defeat your whole argument. Like,
It's not an argument, it's what
white
happened.
people did white people did all this bad shit back in the day. So
Wait,
all
wait,
y'all
hold on.
bad.
Wait.
I mean, that's all you're saying.
Wait. I heard Orthodox guy do that to CM the other day.
They always
Like,
do
why
this.
did you? Wait, hold on, CM, respectfully. Why did you have to do that voice that like make you sound like condescending voice?
Because he's being disrespectful.
No,
And
but
I'll
he
tell you
didn't
why.
bring up
I'll
a-
tell you
I-
why. I'll tell you why.
I can see that,
And
but the voice was crazy. But go ahead.
Right, because they're doing this whole jive talk where it's like, oh
Now
well,
it's jive
a long
talk.
time ago. Yeah, it is because I'll tell you why. Because you're saying like, oh, white people did this thing a long time ago. So you don't know
No, I
my
didn't
family
know what I
history.
said. You
You
just
don't
had
know.
an
You don't
emotional
know.
outburst.
You don't know my family. What side of the
You had an
conflict they're
emotional
on.
outburst. You don't even know what you said. What I said.
Yeah.
You're
Uh,
implying. Hold on. Wait. You're implying that
Neurojack.
white people. You guys always make these arguments where it's
It's not
like,
an
oh,
argument. I'm
white
telling
people
what
did
the
these
legal
bad
document.
things.
See, you're
Legal-
arguing other people. Just stick with his
No, listen.
argument.
Here's
His
what I'm saying is
argument,
like you're
So
trying to say
1865
that like
Hallmark
because
Act did
somebody
not happen?
looked like me. Hold on, you're trying to say that because
Can I
somebody
talk?
looked.
Can I say
Hold
my
on,
point? Or you
CM, let him
try?
go. Then you go.
I'll
CM,
be really. I'll be
go.
really brief.
All right.
Really brief. Here's my summation of your argument. Because people who look like
You don't
me
even
did
know
some
my
bad
argument.
stuff.
Come on.
Hold on, CM. You can get. You
I'm,
got
I'm
your
trying to
chance.
explain. I'm trying to explain why I'm being disrespectful to you because I think you're being disrespectful. You're implying that like some people who have my color skin did some bad stuff a long time ago. Therefore,
wasn't even
I'm
y'all.
responsible. I'm responsible for like what happened because I look like somebody. I think that's if I said that about anybody else, you guys would not like that, right?
CM,
So,
what did he get you right? Were you saying that was it about white people doing something wrong a long time
I
ago?
didn't even get to get his sentence out till he got an emotional response, making assumptions, and he's completely wrong.
okay, well, tell me how I'm wrong.
First of all, Caucasians don't run anything. The Canaanites run Western culture. First of all, I brought up the legal documents. I mean, y'all are so easy to have a discussion with because I don't debate. I have discussions.
Yeah.
I brought up the 1865 Hallmark Act, where y'all got land for free. That's where the
Wait. Wait. You said hold on. You said Canaanites run this thing. Then you said y'all. Who do you mean by y'all?
Where
Well, right
Caucasians
now,
got. You don't even know.
he talking about the land shit when they gave all you cats all that land.
Exactly. And I was
Okay,
just
so
one.
whoa. Hold on. Who gave who what?
The government
Who
gave
gave?
white people and didn't do it for black
So
people.
the
The government
government
gave
was
white people land,
hold on. So
and
the
then they
government
gave them.
what? Yeah, I want to make sure I
Then
understand.
they
So you're saying so you're saying Canaanites were running the government and they gave us land with a piece of paper. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so obviously it's clear that a piece of paper doesn't mean anything unless it has something
Clearly,
to back
that's
it
why
up.
y'all can't sell it to China or anybody else.
Money doesn't mean anything.
Hey, guru.
Okay, so if I give somebody money and they go do something evil,
That's why
they have no responsibility.
Y'all not the trust of the land. Y'all not the beneficiaries of it. Like y'all try to make yourself that. Y'all not that. Y'all got awarded, or y'all were temporary over the land.
Okay,
With,
so are you a Jewish supremacist and you think that they're above
who
us
said
and they
I'm a Jewish
control us or something?
supremacist?
Well, you said Canaanites run the entire Western society. So
The Canaanites aren't Jewish.
okay, fair enough. So do you
I
think that
thought Canaanite just meant white people. Y'all can enlighten me here. I thought
what's a
white people
Canaanite?
Canaanite.
What's a Canaanite?
Canaanites are we celebrate pagan Canaanite culture. Like what's it like this?
Christmas, all that shit.
I actually agree. I actually totally agree with you on that. By the way, other than a very few exceptions, but I mean,
Well, when
go
people
ahead.
say here pagan, they think Caucasian, but no, pagan goes with Canaanite, which is African or so-called African.
Like Vanta.
I thought it was
No.
people who got the cane growing up.
No,
very simple.
let's stick on this because this is really interesting. So you're saying that we're
They're the
run by
Trader Moors,
Canaanites.
Joe Cool. The Canaanites are Trader Moors, Joe Cool.
The Moors. Okay.
Yeah, they're the Trader Moors. They're the
Okay,
ones
so
that betrayed the indigenous people.
But not the moops.
All right.
That sounds like slave traders.
so you admit that white people are under slavery essentially of these trader Moors, as you call them. Correct?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Most of y'all are.
Okay, so we have a lot in common as fellow subjects of the system, right?
Well, y'all had the transatlantic slave trade. We had the shadow slavery, which is the worst form of slavery.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's a relative thing. I mean, I don't know that that's the case necessarily now. I mean, it looks like the tables have turned. At least that's what a lot of people believe now.
Well, I keep trying to tell people that it's not going to look how they think it's going to be when it's going to be balance being restored to the people. And I think that's why they're pulling all these political psyops now, because balance is being restored to the people, I think.
I mean, I agree with you way more than I thought I would, for sure. I mean, I think I think you're
Weren't the
pretty accurate.
Canaanites subjugated to slavery by the Egyptians?
I think so.
Well, there was different sects of Canaanites. You
So
have the
bread.
Phoenicians. You have you have the like Canaanites. You have people who call themselves the Jays. Allegedly, you have all these other sects of people, Anatolians. So, I mean, I can't remember all the names of different people, but there's like 6 or 7 different groups of people that constantly get conflated in history. And so,
And while
I mean,
this was
yeah.
going on, it was the British Empire destroying the Ottomans, right?
Well, I'm talking about like 2,000 years ago. So, I mean, 3,000 years ago. But
Oh shit!
Well,
Talk about
I mean, at some
crazy
point,
shit.
sorry.
I feel like I think they added 1,000 years to the calendar.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of suspicious things about history. I mean, I'm not going to say it's one way or the other, but there's a lot of suspicious.
like at that point, white people were Vikings. It was kind of hard to oppress them because they were in a different
Well,
part of the
I
planet.
think everybody with everything is just they try to whitewash everything. White, you know what I'm saying?
We
Yeah,
agree.
but respond to something bounce off. I want to say that
Go ahead, man.
you know, racism is
Mhm.
bad, but I think what's even worse or equally bad is when people go around claiming other people's ancestors. Okay, so you see this being done among various groups, like I don't know, Indian nationalists or white nationalists, whatever. A lot of them go around and claim the achievements of different groups of ancestors for themselves. You know, they appropriate them, misappropriate them. And I want to say though, you know, it is true that the Aryans of Andro Novo, they're called Andro Novo, they were close to Northwest Indians, but they went around mixing with the people. It took hybridization. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't mean to be
1,000 years before that, but
what
I don't know if that's 100% true. But I want to just say that the ancient Persians, the Egyptians, they were not that close to Northwest Europeans. But that doesn't mean, you know, I can appreciate Celtic culture. Like, I like Irish culture. I don't go and think the ancient Celts were Persians. They were not Persians.
So are you saying that Iranians, the real Aryans?
Just like
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the Achaemenid Empire and the Sassanid Empire. You know, Iran, the
Are we
word
saying
goes back to the
Aryans?
Sassanid Empire. Iran is
those
what
are
the
Persians.
People say that
na-
before.
Yeah, let me finish. Iran is the native name that people call themselves, and Persia is the Greek name and stuff. So you know, the Iran, it's been called that since pre-Islamic times. You know,
Okay.
and
But how do you know the genetic makeup of all the people living in Iran for 3,000 years?
yeah,
then?
because we get the genetic
Yeah, you can
sample
say that
and
about
then
any
we can
landmass.
compare it and stuff like that.
Right.
We have autosomal samples, autosomal.
The
I was
any
going to say
landmass?
that without being, I didn't want to be flippant when I say this, but it's good to know all of this. But is there a reason to what end? Does this mean anything in the long run? Or are we just flexing right now?
Well, I think it's
that,
bad
you know,
to provide alternative histories that suit your conspiratorial.
I would agree.
narrative.
Outside of
Like
that,
when
was
you
there
have
something
to-
outside of that I
super
was missing?
Disagree.
Well, just sticking
When
with
you have
general
to retcon
history is
history, by the way, you're
well,
probably
well,
wrong.
all of history has been retconned. I mean, if you want to be honest about it.
But
Yeah,
See,
but
so
the
you
reason why
completely
being
agree.
wrong
Hold
about
on.
it does- but you doing a double negative. Like I'm also going to make up my own history. Doesn't make it
Okay,
right.
but so you admit that history is
Okay,
totally
you guys go.
fabricated in a lot of ways, right?
Written by the victor, sure. I think there was
That's
certainly.
that's what you didn't even know what that means. You just heard somebody on YouTube.
I think
say
there were
that.
certain historians who
he
care about
smells
preserving
smart.
history, and there are
The
certain
victor one,
historians
no, it
who
doesn't
care
work like
about
that.
preserving narratives, and depending on what point in time we are, that happened more or less. Like it's hard.
Well, the
to
only
give an
person who
exact
seems
answer.
wait. The only person who seems invested in preserving narratives is you, because you're trying to preserve the status quo narrative, correct?
But that still is the one that we probably have the most evidence for.
Probably
because there's the most books about it. Does that make it right?
Yeah.
I don't mean books. I mean like archaeological artifacts.
In general,
and being able to.
I'm not so sure. That's good evidence that black motherfuckers was here all the entire time.
Yeah. Do you think that Avi and everyone else? What do you think about folks who say, hold on, that the Native Americans in North America were actually melanated? What you would call, what some would call black people.
Yeah.
Do you think that what you were talking about?
No, I was actually, you know, I'm focusing more on, you know, Iran and Egypt and.
Okay.
Well, how do you know there weren't? How do you know there weren't black people in Iran 2,000 years ago? How do you know that?
No, there weren't.
People probably migrated east from the Horn of Africa.
He said there were, huh?
They were
No,
on
they
everywhere.
were not.
Like I said, everybody was already
existed during
everywhere.
the mini ice age. It's not hard to figure out.
You have to when you really use your brain and think about what happened. They flipped the map. Like America's really so-called Africa. Look at every industry.
You're gonna have to go in depth on me now, bro. You're gonna have to,
no,
talk
it's
to me.
obvious. Like once you really, and it's not hard to see.
Wait. Are you meaning?
Well, but see it.
I think you're literally saying that Africa, the place with all these beautiful things, they called it America and said it was theirs, but really it's Africa. That's what you're saying?
No, I'm saying Africa's right here.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
We have more land. We have more pyramids. We have more fucking better animals than over there. We have more fucking what's this shit called? Resources.
Resources.
The Nile.
I've
the
never
Nile
even
River,
heard
the
that
Mississippi
theory.
River's just
The
has
Nile?
seven things more so than the Nile River.
Wait.
Too.
when would they have flipped it in Africa? Because
it's the Western Canaanite culture.
no, not why. I know they would have, and they'll do anything if they, and that would be a great V for them. But
let me say one thing, and I thought about this the other day, that if they have us thinking, if we're the people that the chosen people, and I'm not religious, and they have us thinking that we're from somewhere else, then that will automatically stop us from going within to see our power. Type shit.
We agree. I'm gonna be quiet for a second. I want to find the clip since you said we'd be the chosen people. Let me see if I can find it on mute for a second.
Okay.
Well, none of that is true. Israel, like Israel is a people, not a place.
But by the way, it's always good to be skeptical of historical narratives. Don't get me wrong, but there is such a thing as like impotent skepticism, where you're just pointing at something and being like, "Well, some of the history is made up, therefore I reject all."
No,
of it
I have
and
legal
substitute
documents
my
that I
own.
come with. So what you're doing is exactly what you said. So how ironic.
No, I'm
Yeah,
saying if you're going to be skeptical, have a real criticism.
No, I have legal documents. I'm just going to go with that.
Being able to discern when it was actually made up versus when it was real and when it's evidence based.
How you know I haven't done
actually
that?
shows that you can criticize that thing.
Is your whole conversation making assumptions?
Well, kind of the way you described it was like, oh, well, they make shit up, right? Therefore,
if I'm coming with legal documents and stuff that got fucking
legal
written down
documents
as law, how is that skepticism?
Law under our current administrations or
doesn't
like former
matter
laws?
what administration these things got written down into law. It's still a law.
Like during Latin times.
It doesn't matter if does that stop it from
Well,
happening?
if it's in a different language,
You
especially
bigots
an
have the
older
same
language
argument.
that
Like,
isn't
y'all gotta
spoken as
stop.
commonly nowadays, I may ask if there might be some translational differences.
No, you're not. No, don't do this. Like this one right here. Like
You talking about that? When you were talking about earlier about Transportation Act.
But that's the status quo history.
No, it's not.
Is
They
it?
got written down.
Do they teach that in school? In our high schools
Not
and stuff?
necessarily
Really?
this specific act, but that convicts were forced to North America and Australia. Like
They didn't go to Australia till like the 1800s. Till the Constitution got in place, pretty much.
Do you think that any of those people actually established colonies that would have led to Native Americans and thousands of years of history that they clearly
That's
archaeologically have?
skepticism, and that would show you that. Or you can go to the 1790 Naturalization Act. We're talking like after they were indentured. Think about how they were slaves and they got awarded land. Like they were indentured servants, it wasn't slaves. That's why I say we went through the worst type of slavery. And obviously, and that's just one instance where your ancestors are immigrants. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes down to it, the transatlantic
all this
trade
tells
really
me
the
is that
Caucasians.
all this tells me is that while like First Nations and people were always here, they might have had more white genetics in their gene pool than we assumed prior to.
Did you not just read the paper? They were bringing 50,000 people a year, and they were Caucasian.
Most of them probably died.
No, they didn't.
Oh, how
They
do you know?
became indentured servants to get them. A lot of them got awarded land after. If you want to pull up the 1790 Naturalization Act.
What do you think the mortality rate of settlers in North America, of white settlers in North America?
I got the TikTok for you, Jim.
Was 50%? Because I would put it on 50%.
And it's not even about the race. It's about what Gabe said. It's about why don't they teach this in school? That's to show you what it is right there.
I mean, I learned about this in school. I don't know what you're talking
you learned about.
I mean, most schools don't though. That's the thing.
I definitely.
They taught you what an indentured servant was, but they didn't teach you that
tell
they
you the
were
whole
fucking
picture.
prisoners brought over and worked as that they act like it was just white
All
motherfuckers who owed the debt over here and couldn't pay off that worked alongside of the slaves.
But this isn't revelatory. Like, okay,
Yes,
they did
it
that in
is.
Australia too.
They didn't start Australia until the Constitution was made. Until
I agree.
Until 1790,
All right.
they were bringing.
So it's not surprising that they did the same thing a second time earlier.
You're being condescending.
Hold on. Shadow Buddha says history is just in major arguments. 5 historians can look at one event, come up with 5 different theses. from different historical perspectives.
Like
That's
When
true.
you say event, it varies
Wait,
wildly
hold
based
on,
on how
wait.
far in the past
You gotta
that
think about this,
was,
Gabe. Can I say one
and
thing? You gotta think
how
about
much
this.
conjecture needs
Yeah,
to
you
be
have to
made to
melt
come to a
for
full
sure.
conclusion.
Can I say one thing,
Event
Gabe?
and evidence are two different
Yeah,
things.
yeah. After Mel,
Just because
CM, you
you-
got the floor.
So again, something and evidence
Go
are
ahead,
two
Mel.
different things.
Go ahead, keep going, and then CM.
Yeah, so just because you just like an event is something where you normally piece together multiple pieces of evidence to come up with a phenomenological conclusion that often does require conjecture. But oftentimes when you study the piece of evidence, like an artifact, you can figure out
You
things
can
like,
see the
these
fucking-
people were working
yeah.
with clay at the time. They had the technology to make pottery. That's
It-
not
they-
conjecture.
There's
in order to
images
make clay
everywhere.
pots- well, sorry, that's not
That's not
conjecture.
conjecture.
When you have clay pots that you've dug out of the ground that can only be there from a certain time period, and then you say, "Oh, this civilization must have been able to do pottery at this time." So
Right.
yes,
It's not
I agree,
conjecture
certain
when you look in
historical
the
narratives may be
pyramids
made up. While
and
I
you see
agree,
the color
while
of
I
all the
agree,
people.
while I agree, certain historical narratives may be fabricated. That doesn't mean they all are. Period.
Thank you. Go ahead, CM.
I mean, what he's doing, what exactly what he's saying we're doing, and I think it's crazy when we're coming with
Explaining
legal
stuff.
documents and stuff that happened. You know what I'm saying? In history,
Great
so
point.
all this,
You know
all
what I'm
this colored
saying?
purple shit.
Yeah, I hear that.
All this colored purple shit he's talking about makes zero sense. All the bigots have
Yeah,
the
some of
the
it
same
does.
argument because it's not a discussion. They're having an emotional reaction. Just how he even said, like, how you know, like, most of them died, like. But I get if it was blacks coming on the boat, I would be like, oh, your ancestors survived.
Yeah,
It's
machine.
just they don't even realize, like, I think most of the time how bigoted they are because they're not racist. They're not the ones running things.
Also, there's a difference between bigotry and racism because I've noticed when I've called people who that were saying some racist stuff that have not just saying, but they have a history, a pattern of that. When you call them a racist, they don't care, but when you call them a bigot, like, well, they lose their mind, bro.
Yeah, I feel like you're doing the thing where it's like, oh, you're bigoted because you disagree with me.
I'm not calling you that.
No, I know. I'm not responding to you. I'm responding to CM.
No, I'm saying
you're bigoted because you're disagreeing with me. But I'm just trying to communicate how we have history that isn't totally rooted in conjecture. Versus what you're trying to do is make conjecture that forms a narrative because you're working backwards from a conclusion, which is history is a lie because I want it to be.
You're making another assumption. You're the one with the conjecture, whatever the fuck you're saying.
You don't seem very knowledgeable on these things.
He's saying he got documents. He's saying he's got history to back it up.
Well, that law, for example, didn't prove anything. It just
Yes. What do you mean it didn't prove anything for your narrative?
You said we weren't taught about it in schools. Yeah, we weren't taught
about
laws
that
in
that the
grade
Caucasians
school,
were the ones
in
that
high school
translated.
history.
We weren't taught the Caucasians were the ones.
They often
taught
didn't teach
Oh my
specific
God.
laws, but what they did teach are phenomenons. Like this happened or that happened. And yes, we were taught that white people arrived to North America, for instance, well before the first attempts to actually colonize.
I don't know which school you went to because nobody else was taught that.
We were taught Christopher Columbus discovered a place full of people. We were taught that the Indians were savages and
not
trying to
Magellan.
keep America from what was theirs. We were taught that they were heroes when they killed the savage
Yes, we were taught
Indians.
about Magellan and all of the explorers who came before them as well.
That's why it's always important whether you went to a quote unquote good school or a bad school for our
I
parents
went to bad schools.
to help us have a good curriculum.
I went to behavioral schools, Gabriel. Like
they put that on you.
I did not go to good schools, okay, and I still got a good history education. So it's not conspiratorial, right? That usually comes down to how much funding do your schools get.
That's not a conspiracy.
You have no argument.
Yeah, because you know who the biggest reason that schools are underfunded is the conservatives. They push back on that the most.
Why is it not conspiratorial if they're teaching? If the book that I'm being taught as a kid says Christopher Columbus discovered America and the military, got rid of the savage Indian, how is that? It has to do with being poor. This is what they're writing in the history book.
So if you're going to talk about specific subject matter, that usually comes down to conservatives going to things like not parent-teacher
Man,
meetings,
don't go into
the school board
politics.
meetings, and then complaining that they're trying to update the curriculum to what we now know to be true versus what we thought to be true prior to anybody in university pointing out that it was wrong. Because for a while we did just take this stuff for granted. I'll give you that.
So yeah, but you're also trying to say like, well, a lot of the stuff they're teaching is like, well, all white people are evil and bad. So I mean, are you okay with that, or?
You talking to me?
There,
No, I'm talking to Mel, the Fox
Oh yeah,
person.
yeah.
Or whatever.
Can I say one thing for y'all?
Well,
guys?
I was
I
just
mean,
never-
like, even if
I
you
was
think it's
never
somewhat
taught that all
true,
white
like it's
people are
like it's
bad,
so
by the way.
like the history they're teaching now is so reductive. It's making people literally like hard R retarded, in my
Can you
opinion.
find me a
So,
No,
textbook
I
that says
agree.
all white people are
I
bad?
already retarded. What does
Can you
that
find me
mean?
one textbook that says all white people are bad?
Oh, okay,
Retard
okay.
is
I see what
yeah.
you mean. All right.
well, that's what we used to call the retarded word. So that's what I
Right.
mean.
Yeah, like you mean actually mentally
Yeah,
fucked
like
up. Yeah, okay.
yeah,
Can
like
you
just
find me
like
one
like
textbook that says all
literally, if
white
you
people
teach
are
people
bad?
history
Yeah,
that's
that's a good
reductive,
Mel's
it
had a
makes
good
them
point
not
because
smart.
the way you said it is like saying all people are all white people are bad is one thing in the book, but being honest about the fact that these atrocities happen and that a lot of white people were involved in against black people, that's different, I think, than saying like all white people are bad. Like,
Yeah.
what do you mean? Is there actually books that say that? Or are you kind of like pointing? What do you mean by that? I'm curious.
Granted, there might be a teacher out there who said that in class, and
Which is wrong to say. I mean, to other students. I
All
think.
right. Well. Look. Here the thing is, like, the schools that I went to in the South, it was very liberal for the most part, but still, like, it was a pretty fair, even thing where they like taught us why people fought the Civil War. They taught us why all these things happened. They didn't say, well, white people wanted to enslave black people, and there's the answer. If you talk to the average person under the age of 35 in America, they literally think that the Civil War was and all of American history was just white people conspiring to like enslave people of color. I mean, that's just not accurate whatsoever. Like,
Did the
like
Civil
this,
War not
and I want to
start-
apologize to see it.
Did it
some
not
degree,
start
that
in
is
response to legislation that changed who could
Hold on.
own who
Okay.
legally own slaves?
Okay, yeah. Okay, well, before you hit that, like you were apologizing, Neurojack. What was that?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to apologize to the other guy because, like, I pretty much,
See,
I
I
mostly agree with him a lot more than Mel as far as like the narrative of what's going on, because it's like there's definitely a lot of nuance that's missed in general
No, I wanna
history that's
say-
being
I'm the one
taught.
just
So.
saying to handle the
I
nuance.
appreciate it.
Okay.
Can I say one thing before you go, Fox? So here's the thing. When I talk about stuff that happened and it was like, let's say it was Caucasian people, like, I'm not saying that to be racial, but it's like you have to tell people that, and they get offended because it for one, it goes against everything they were taught you. You have to respect that as far as like an emotion wise. But I talk, you know what I'm saying? The reason why I bring it racial is because I'm not trying to be like Orthodox guy said, like this racial supremacy. I'm trying to show people that history is transparent. We all have our part in history, and it's not just one people on one land mass. You know what I'm saying? Like, we all come from everywhere. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't agree with that 100%. Let me say that I don't like the deconstruction of ethnic identities for liberalism and a kind of universalism, because let me tell you this. I'm never gonna go up to a Chinese guy or Han Chinese guy and be like, "Oh, your ancestors were Vikings or whatever." They were not, but that's what a lot of people are doing. I think that there's nothing wrong with having pride in your ancestry.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Number one, European people are not allowed to have pride in their history. Number two, the whole entire project of America is deracinating people. And again, for better or for worse, that's for the experience of a lot of white people in the last 150 years in this country. So I mean,
So we're not
that's
allowed
just
to
part
take
of
pride
what
in
our
Remembrance
Do you
Day?
think?
Wait, we're not
do you
allowed to
think that,
take
like-
pride. Wait, can I ask one question? Are we not allowed to take pride in Remembrance Day?
What is that?
Remember
We're
what I
American.
said.
What does that mean?
That's not what
If
he said.
we could be proud on Remembrance Day, wouldn't that prove that we can take pride in our ancestors?
What is Remembrance Day?
I'm gonna have to
Hold on.
Google it.
Yeah, what is
Is that like
what
some
does
type
mean?
of slaughter or something that happened to Native
November
people?
11th, when you wear the poppy?
We're American, most of us.
Oh, Veterans Day.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I mean,
I
honestly, I don't
thought you were talking about like some
I
other.
don't have pride in that.
Confused.
I don't have pride in that because I think America's been in nothing but bad wars for the last
You
100
don't
plus
think
years. So
overturning Hitler was a good thing?
I don't think do you want to get into the history of
Yeah.
like World War I and II? I mean, that's not going to go very well
was
for you.
talking to me.
Well-
I want to talk. Let me talk a bit. Neurojack, I agree with what
Go
you
ahead,
said.
man. Spit.
Europeans are being, emasculated right now, and I also agree that America is the racination. I agree with you on those 2 points, but I want to make a deeper point that, what I'm saying is that, stuff like, British Israelism, or the LARPing of different people, like what Gobino did. Gobino, Gobineau. I read a little bit of him. I don't think it's good to go to different countries, and be like, oh, your ancestors or your royals were closer to us. You know what I mean? And you see that various races are doing this a lot. This is very common among the far right, where they love to LARP as ancient peoples, like the ancient
Agreed.
Egyptians,
I see
ancient
it.
Persians.
Um,
That really disgusts me.
Well-
I'm not done
Let him
speaking.
finish.
I can appreciate Irish culture, okay, and the Celts, but I don't go and say, oh, these guys were black or whatever. They weren't black. The ancient Celts were not black. That doesn't mean I hate black people when I say
but
that.
how do you know?
It's a
How do you
fact.
know? Though?
Okay, just
It
a quick
doesn't know.
one-liner.
You weren't-
Yes,
you
they
weren't
were.
black. What are you
Because I
talking
couldn't
They
post
were.
it in the public chat, but if Europeans are emasculated
they
by
were
anything,
black.
it's French culture, okay?
Yeah. Okay,
Okay.
back to what Neurojack said about
Really-
like, hold on, what white people are allowed to take pride in their race. I think a lot of times when people might have pushback on that, it's because there's very few white people I've seen that actually have pride in their race, which I think they should have it. Right? Everyone should be prideful of where they come from, be happy, but without actually putting down another race.
I
At the
got
same
a
time.
I got a
And I
question
think that's
before
why
we
people
can
have a problem with that, Neurojack.
before I can consider it, because I want to be in on a question. When it was two things, someone said that
Why couldn't you-
earlier,
Oh,
America
God.
doesn't have culture. It's just for clarity.
Okay.
Race.
Yeah.
When we saying race, and we said America didn't have a culture. I'm wondering if when we're talking about race with America, do we have to talk about white people as he's just Italian white, or are we just talking about white people, Americans, or are we?
No,
bringing
because
that-
I'm American and fucking here, and people see me as an American. Contrary to what
Okay,
people
white
might
as
think in
American.
America,
What?
because
I don't
this-
know. Go ahead.
white or black, basically.
If
Mostly
you haven't
people think that.
naturally used the word gabagoosh in a sentence, you're not white.
Well, okay. Let me really briefly say this before I
Okay.
forget my point. Let me say this too. Okay, to respond to Avian briefly, and then I'll move on. Like you're saying, well, people should value the truth. I
French
mean, humans are, as you would say, they're animals, and so they're going to react based on, their needs, their wants, their desires, and their feelings, right? So you can value the truth all day long. The average person is going to value what moves them to do something. So again,
I
I'm
think
not
most
saying that
people
makes it
value the
good, but it's
truth.
like,
We're not.
Yeah.
fruit flies.
oh, wait, hold on. The average person values the truth. What are you
Yeah,
smoking?
we're not fruit flies, right? Like we also
What-
know that.
What
like,
people do you know in general society value the truth?
knowing that the stove is hot when it actually is hot is.
I mean,
helpful for your
that's a
average
ridiculous
human.
thing. We're
That's-
talking
yeah,
about.
you
We're
know
talking.
what he means, Mel.
I got it. I got to see him.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I got
why,
it. This is for you, Avian. This is a response to what you said right here. Let me show it to you. It's short.
okay.
So
Appreciate it, Gabe.
are always
Gotcha.
shown what white people. I'm going to prove to you right here in this short clip, guys, that not only were they, yes, Caucasian Celts, but they were also black Celts, guys. Yes. Okay, I'm going to show it to you right here in this book called The Journal of the Royal Anthropological Institute, guys, of Great Britain and Ireland. This is volume 17. Look right here, volume 17 of the book, and it was published in the year 1888, guys. Okay, that is crazy. Very old. Let's see what this tells us about the Celtics. What kind of people were there? We are on page 176. Very powerful information for everyone to see. The history of black people in Europe has been whitewashed, and that's what I'm going to show you in this book. So look at what it says right here. It has become a commonplace of ethnology that the so-called Celtic race includes not only the fair complexioned Aryan Celts. These are white people. Okay, so when you watch movies and you see white Celts, yes, white Celts did exist. Okay, but look at this. He said that the Celtic race includes not only the fair complexioned Aryan Celts, but it also includes who? Also the black Celts or Iberians. Okay, if you don't know about the Iberian Peninsula, I'm going to make a video about Iberia, proving to you guys that the occupants of Spain and Portugal and the southern parts of France, the population of this region were black people. I'm going to make a video coming up very soon. Okay, but let's finish this one. Okay, so the so-called Celtic race includes not only the fair complexion Aryan Celts, white people, not only white people, but also the black Celts or the Iberians with dark skin and black hair and eyes. Okay, these people did not have blonde hair, blue eyes, green eyes, red hair, none of that stuff, guys. No, these were black people. Okay, unlike the fair complexion Aryan Celts that we read about right here, who had all those things, right? Yes, the Celtics were not a race of white guys only. Okay, were they white Celtics? Yes, they are called red Celts in this book, but yes, those are the white Caucasian Celtics. And then there is the black Celts, okay, who had dark skin and black eyes. Okay, it's time for you guys to wake up and don't be deceived by what you see on Hollywood. Hollywood will only show you a white version of history. No, okay, there were black people there. Okay, where are these black people today? I will make a video.
All right, cool. So yeah, so there's two different according
let
to
me
that
respond
book.
to that. First off,
And that's coming from a book.
An old book too.
yeah, it's not correct. You know, we have like
Wait.
It's not
Okay,
correct.
tell us why. Tell us why.
Yeah,
Tell us his opinion
me.
why.
Yeah,
ahead.
tell my why. Basically, give me like 3 minutes. Okay, so
No, I don't have that much time, bro. You gotta learn. You gotta listen. You gotta learn. We gotta learn to be abridged and be concise, bro. I get it.
1 minute. Okay, basically,
That's good.
we have modern population genetic tools. We can, recover ancient samples, and the Iberians, for example, they were not, African, sub-Saharan African. They were like, closer to Mediterraneans or whatever. And the point is that the ancient Celts, they were generally closer to like Northwest Central Europe. So you're not gonna the point I'm making here is that it's not good to deconstruct other people's ethnic identities and be like, oh, they were black Celts. That's not true. There's no evidence. But that doesn't mean black people are bad or something. It's not. It's like, you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't go and think the ancient Chinese or X or Y people. They are what they are.
So is it okay if you're quote unquote considered like a white Celt, red Celt to deconstruct? But if you're so you're saying only people that should deconstruct their ethnicity are people who are seen as that ethnicity by the mainstream. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying that you need a more meticulous approach, looking at population genetics and then looking at the, artifacts from those times. And, you have to be, more empirical and methodical, methodical. You can't really be like, they were like black Africans.
I mean, you can do whatever you want, but
yeah, you can do whatever you want.
That's
but,
your
it's gonna introduce more social turmoil. You know what I mean?
NPC, there's only one group of people who you can say owns an ethnicity, and it's the people of that ethnicity. So if anyone on paper, I guess, has the right, for what it's worth, to retcon that with something new, it should be those people.
Yeah. Now, like for me, look at this. I didn't show on my DNA. This is old. Now because I'm only 2% Scottish according to this ancestry, am I allowed to deconstruct under your theory, Avian? I have 2% Scottish right here. So am I okay? Am I okay?
Ethnicity isn't purely genetic.
Yeah, it's not purely genetic. But I would ask, what ethnic group was your father, though? I tend to lean to the patriline when I determine identity.
Okay.
Yeah,
my father was West African. He is. I'm American. I was born in America, but he had family like Mali and Senegal.
Okay, stop doxing yourself, NPC.
I don't care. No, bro. I'm proud of this shit. I'm not like a weirdo who's like, oh God.
Me.
I'll show you my son.
It's
I'm
tribal
proud of
culture.
him. I'm proud of my son, my wife. Like we all good. Rest in peace to my dogs that passed away. Like I'll show you. But man, I'll put the camera on. You can see me in my underwear right now. I'm just kidding. But anyway,
You going too far now. You got too far.
Look at Ben. He got 97 on his test, his midterm the other day. 94. He's doing good. I'm
Wait,
proud
can
of
you
my
read
family,
that?
bro.
Is that Chinese? Can you read Chinese?
That's Chinese, yeah. A little bit, not as good as him. He's only in
Okay,
second grade, and they're already having midterms and stuff here.
I did
Yeah,
hear
he
one
got
interesting
97.
thing that does link
Go
to
ahead.
why they might have an easier time in like things like music, like Chinese students.
No,
It's
y'all
because
change
the
the subject. Y'all
language,
getting absolutely
the
fried. Y'all
language
change the
has
subject.
different notes to it.
Yeah, we got
I'm
it.
trying
We
to
got
run.
it. Yeah, go ahead.
Also, I think West Africa has interesting animistic
Mhm.
tribal cultures. You know, I don't believe in progress, so I don't look at cultures
Okay.
in terms of how much technological sophistication
Oh,
they have. You see what I mean? So,
Sure, but so what you're saying is like you're basically saying I'm the seed of my father, and I should disregard my mother's rich ethnicities.
yeah,
You're
I
saying
agree with Segula
so
on
I
that.
should
I
throw them in
agree
the trash, huh?
with Julius Segula on that. Yeah, I agree. I don't
Okay,
think the
I
mother
mean that's your
matters.
opinion.
Yeah, the mother
The
doesn't
mother
matter
doesn't
for
matter.
identity. For me, at
So,
least, it doesn't
so
Okay.
as
matter
a
for teaching any
non-American who grew up
identity.
on American media, I do want to deconstruct American culture for a second because I think American nationalism or patriotism that can exist.
Thank you, Markella.
I don't think there is a unified American culture. I think
So do you
if
do you
you're an
think that Chinese
American,
people should be
here I'm
racially
gonna explain right now. If you're an
racially
American, the America
proud of
that
their?
exists to you, the America that exists to you
What's up,
is
Weekend?
the
Do
people
you
who
live
you
in
interact
America?
with when you go out your front door,
No.
and the differences you
Why
feel
do
as you
people that live
travel
in America
across
got
the
the most to
country.
say about America?
And so
Because
They probably
America
value it.
they're
has
triggered
local
by us.
cultures. Sorry,
Exactly.
America has regional cultures, but not a unified national culture.
Mm. Okay.
I mean, so should the Chinese or Koreans be proud of their culture, even if it's oppressive or whatever, or not?
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Your culture is about literature, language, and
Hans.
it's also
Mm.
about descent. I mean, if they want
That
to,
is
there's
not
nothing wrong with
culture.
that. Why is it wrong?
So I would ask, is that culture built on oppression? Would that culture be what it is today without the oppression?
Y'all
And then I'm gonna ask him. She lies. Everything good?
None would.
I think Chinese culture is rich
Yeah, I'm
enough
straight,
that
bro.
it would
Blessings.
exist without its oppression.
Absolutely.
Although a lot of it is borrowed from other cultures, which it oppressed.
Yeah.
So
Speaking of Chinese, he said the Huns from Central Asia migrated into Eastern Europe in 370 CE and terrorized the Roman Empire. Asian Maxim. Oh, by the way, Neurojack's Instagram and TikTok are off the hook with that Asian.
Oh, you got to sell that
philosophy and
short,
stuff.
Gabe.
That's a
I
good.
wanted,
That's some good shit, Neuro. I've been peeping that, by the way. But here we go. Joe Cool wanted to show you this, guys. This is some Hebrew Israelites.
This is for CM. I just wanted his opinion on it, really.
These aren't the Demona Israelites.
Black. My question is, why are we so stuck in this? Why does it really matter?
That's part of his whole religion, I guess.
No, it's not actually. We just follow the truth of the Bible. The only reason we have to establish the identity of anybody in the Bible is because Edomites or Europeans came and changed what they were.
Why would you assume we're from Europe?
Where else are you from? I remember Helen Thomas was a news reporter, Washington, D.C. for like 50 years. And she said, y'all should go back home. And they asked her, they said, where's home at? She said, Poland, Russia, and Germany. They fired
Right.
her that night.
So a
that's
couple things.
where you guys from. Y'all are not originally from the Middle East.
I actually have family from Spain. We are originally from the Middle
Spain
East,
is
but
not the
also,
Middle East.
but also my question to you is,
You just skirted that.
It's Spain like that was Middle East.
You lost the point for that.
But yes.
from Spain as well.
Me too.
But how did the Jews get to Europe? We just
No, the
sprouted?
bigger question is how did y'all get to Israel? You know, historically, y'all went to Haiti.
He's
y'all went
funny,
to South
Mateus.
America, y'all was looking Africa.
He's a
Y'all
troll.
was looking anywhere to go.
If you look at
originally.
if
If
you
you
look
go
at-
back to the Belfort Act and all of that y'all did, that's why y'all have that war in Palestine, because you broke every treaty that you even had with the Palestinians.
That's a whole separate conversation.
No,
In terms-
it's
in
you're
terms-
asking how did you get this? So
in-
y'all was thank you. So y'all was in Germany having war with another
clip,
set of
Joe.
white people because y'all all white. y'all America fights for y'all, and then they're like, where are we gonna place these people? And so again, if you look historically, they was going to place you in South America, they was going to place you in Haiti, they was going to place you in Africa, and then the Palestinians welcomed y'all with open arms, thinking that y'all was only going to bring a certain amount of people, thinking that y'all wasn't going to expand in certain other areas. And then what did y'all do? Like white people do, broke the treaty and just decided we're going to take more and more and more and more land from them. So that land was never yours. It's not the Palestinians either, but at least they was there before y'all got there.
Everywhere.
Was Jesus and Moses black?
My question is, why are we so stuck in this? Why does it really matter?
That's part of his whole religion, I guess.
Okay, that's it, right?
I don't think so.
But to me, it's
There's
just how
more?
the biggest always have the same argument.
Oh, that was the end of it.
That was it. Rewind it.
All right.
And I don't agree
What'd
with
you
the,
say?
the black Hebrew Israelites, but he was saying a lot of truth there. But you see how the biggest they have the same. Oh, why does this matter? Like, oh, it was so long ago, but it's just like
We're trying to be right and exact. That's probably why it matters to a lot of people.
Okay, Wiccan, you're great. I love you. I know you're doing this out of love, but please don't share my channel. It's fucking embarrassing.
Not everyone's gonna want to see it now. Thank you, Markella. Yeah.
So I think that there's an easy way to
was
kind
fun.
of just like acknowledge this, but also not risk being offensive. And it's to say like, none of us
What's up,
here
Marilyn?
are probably experts on the Semitic history of everything and all the different branches it could have taken or didn't take, and why different
Hard
groups have
Machine and
different views. I
Odyssey,
certainly am not. I can speak for myself here and say I 100% am not an expert on these things.
Maybe
What I
Nero
think it
too.
comes down to, whether or not you
Maybe.
think Black Israelites are legit or not, comes down to what is your definition of Semitic history, and is that broad enough to extend to Black Israelites? And I don't have
And
an
why
answer to
and
that.
why is it so important?
It is. I want to respond. I would say that we have the genetic samples, of those areas. They tend to be close to the, Lebanese people or whatever. But the point is that there were no, like Black Hebrewites or Nordic Hebrewites. They were like closer to the people living there right now. You know what I mean? Like the indigenous people. You know what I mean? It's not. You see what I'm trying to say? This is like post-modern
You
chaos.
saying
I
when
mean, the
they
people
say
that look like
black,
this, like Neurojack, they look like that. You're saying those are the people that
No, they
that
don't
are from
look
there?
like that. I could probably, if you want, I can
Shout out
get
to
some
Michael
genetic
Aquino,
diagrams.
Colonel Michael Aquino,
They,
and his Temple of Set.
I can give you the images. Like it's just
Yeah.
you get the population samples, right, and then you like break it down, the composition, and you can like compare it
Yeah,
to
man.
extant people and stuff like that. And it's basically that they're closer to the people who are around those areas, the indigenous people. You know what I'm
if
saying? It's like
if the
it's
point
not
we're
like
trying to prove is that
yeah.
black history is whitewashed, is that something you guys even disagree with?
Oh, good question.
All of black shit has been whitewashed. Like if you go look at the original pictures of Adam and Eve and Jesus and all of that back in the churches, it used to be all black folks. And then they did this shit where they washed in and started replacing the pictures, became lighter. Now Jesus is white. That same philosophy, they did it everywhere.
But who was making the pictures? I just want to know. Europeans? These old ones you're talking about?
The originals, I could show you some of the old ones that Russia has.
No. I know who was making the artists. I was
yes, it would have been.
In the back,
It would have been the Europeans. Yeah.
All right.
It might have something to do with what you're saying.
Okay. I'll bring it up.
I'll just say this: I'm honestly ambivalent about it, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, it's always the Caucasians that turn the argument about history racial. Just how because they want that one side of history.
Yeah. Hey, look at Joku. Can you read this real quick? By Eric Capero.
Yes, hold on. I gotta wait for it to pop up on my other phone. All right.
It's
Now
so
that I
weird.
found
Don't
out
read
that
that.
Landry and Ezra are dating, oh, this is gonna be good already. Now I am unable to find out. I'm not reading the rest.
Hold on, we
of
can't
that.
hear you. Come on,
All
man.
right.
Somebody leave for that.
Now
Made
I'm on a
somebody
mission to
leave.
find out how big his fucking cock is. If I find out that it's small, there will be World War III. Mark my words. Hashtag justice for Paro.
Okay.
glad you said
Melody
that.
left right away. Damn, she left. She's wow. Now I know if she. Not that I wanted her to leave or anything, but yeah, that was wild.
I think she had to cut out anyway.
Okay, that was a good moment, huh? Kind of reset the palette. Now here's the thing, Nero. It goes back to our TikTok invasion, which I would call a success yesterday, right?
Okay.
Nero, can you hear me?
Somebody's talking out here.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can't hear them. All right, let me reset my thing. Hold on. It's okay.
All right, you're gonna have to leave and come back.
When he comes back, I'll tell him.
He can't hear some people.
Yeah. So, CM, you said you have some in the back room,
yeah, it kind of correlates to what Joe was saying.
All right, cool. Are you going live today, bro? CM?
Yeah,
Probably not. I'm fucking tired. Probably go live
Is it
tomorrow.
What's that?
Probably not. I'm gonna go live tomorrow. I'm still fucking tired.
All right.
Yeah.
You know, marathon streams and shit. Neurojack.
Took a lot out of me. Shit. I fucking fainted pretty much. Shit.
Hey, but Neurojack, bro. Like, before I play this, I think that I had fun on that TikTok invasion. Finally did it. I think that was cool yesterday. And I want to say that it goes along with the subject of the Today Show, why the so-called elites worship Satan. It goes to what you said yesterday, where you're paraphrasing, where you said like the reason why you bring up race sometimes, as a subject you're interested in is because you were corresponding it to how the so-called elites use race kind of to distract us. You were saying for mind control, something like that, right?
Yeah, I mean,
and the reason I say that is because today's episode kind of went that way in a sense too. We could have been talking about the so-called elites and what we can do to navigate and maybe even get try to do something about them or not. But instead, we're talking about race. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
I thought that was interesting.
No, that is interesting. I mean, it is interesting. And again, like, I'm not saying that there's nothing to talk about in regards to race, but I think most of the discussions about it are, what I would characterize as mostly a distraction, meaning like it's just going to be this endless regress of like, no, y'all did this and you did that and this happened. And then it's like, there's never like it never comes back around to like, okay, like
right,
whatever happened in the past, where are we now and where we want to do in the future?
What was the purpose of the whole beginning? We got mired in the midway.
And then it goes to another level here. There's what do you say, CM, in your broadcast? You said it's always race talk and beefs, right? And
Oh
it's
yeah.
like,
You already know. I agree with Neurojack on that.
And it doesn't mean that there's not differences to hash out, but it's like right. I think we just need to do a better job of prioritizing our issues. It's like, again, it's just something that it's hard for me to talk about because growing up, I really didn't feel racial tension at all. So it's only it's only when I got much older that I'm discovering that the world is so like focused on this situation, and it's kind of like I'm not saying that. Yeah, it just seems kind of bizarre to me, but
yeah, I mean that's a privilege though, where you don't have to think about those things.
Yeah.
That's good for you.
Yeah, but now we do, like, going online, bro. I mean, I met some racists growing up, but like online, especially this last year, took it to another level. Dealing with some of those other channels. I was telling you, see them in the so-called panelverse, bro. Bunch of bigots, a lot of bigots and shit, bro.
Well, I think I just want to say this really briefly too. Like, I think a lot of I mean, like, I show Machine a lot of this, and I'm not just trying to throw him into this, like, get him to back me up or anything. I'm just saying, like, I share this with him all the time, so I know that he can at least like verify. Like, I've talked about this extensively privately, where it's like, okay, like, you look at all the narratives around race. I mean, it's very closely linked to the occult. It's very closely related to religion. It's very closely related to a lot of political things that don't really make sense when you look a little bit closer. Like, they're trying to, and I think a lot of white people and a lot of other people are being drawn into these like false dialectics and debates about these different things that, again, I'm not saying that they're not important, but it's kind of like distracts from the fact that, like, if you really want to control people without force, you keep them, running in circles, choosing sides to a battle that nobody's ultimately ever going to win or anything, right?
If
Like,
anything,
it's
it
gonna go
becomes
nowhere, you know?
it becomes like one of the episodes I'm going to do, the art of like asymmetrical warfare, where it doesn't matter if somebody loses or whatever, the opposite loses. You want to inflict pain on them and make them wear down. You know, which they would have never even started fighting in the first place.
That's how I play sports. I mean, when I play sports, I don't play to win. I play to a war of attrition. I try to like run them down, make them tired,
Right.
Get them to fuck up, and then I exploit their mistakes. I mean, that's how I play sports. So.
That's right.
I mean, and again, it's not because I'm good at war. It's because it's not because I'm good at sports. It's because I'm bad at sports, right? Like,
and by the way, New York Jack plays like he has an unorthodox way of playing. I heard kind of like Billy Ho from White Men Can't Jump. Woody Harrelson, man, he just runs them. He does goofy shit, but then he runs them to the ground. Right?
Yeah, I just shoot like 3-pointers, or I set up other people to like stand right underneath the basket and just throw them passes all day. I mean, it's like that's the two things I do. Is like just do stuff that makes no sense essentially.
Neurojack, can you put your TikTok in the back? I'm looking for it on the DM. I want to post it.
Hold on 1 second.
So you want to set this up, CM, this video, or just play it?
Yeah, but when we get down to it, though,
go ahead.
The human beings were tribal for most of history, and now we're having mass race mixing on a scale that I don't know. I don't see it. I see things.
You don't like race mixing?
Yeah, you say it like
I'm
it's
more,
a bad thing.
To be honest, I'm more ambivalent of it. Ambivalent because you see, it didn't happen to this.
What do you mean?
extent
Is that no? This is
global
like a
scale.
yes or no question answer.
Yes
not
or
not to
no.
be rude.
No,
or
it's
anything.
not yes or no. Yeah, it's more like in the middle or something. You know, like.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I love race mixing. I love race mixing though. No, but I can understand though people who don't though as well.
Yeah,
I respect that.
I feel the same way. I feel the same way. Like me personally, like I'm a fan of race mixing, but I understand. Like I understand why people, in theory, might be against it. But I think most of the reasons that people say against it are reasons that have been given to them and they haven't thought much about. So that's my problem with it.
That's true.
Yeah,
okay.
But what I'm trying to say is that it's not that a race mixed individual is bad. I am not saying that at all. I'm saying that it's just weird when the media is pushing it. You know what I mean? That's the thing. Like, you know,
I say yes and no. I get what you're saying because you're saying that it's degrading the pure essence of people's culture and ethnicity. But then again, part of me is like, fuck it, mixing is good because then you have more variety.
What good is your culture if I can't experience
Right.
it too, right? The best thing about fucking Mexican culture is I get to eat y'all fucking tacos and that type of shit.
And you get to get the torta and then also have sex with the torta after.
Yeah.
I want to push back on one thing. If culture is mixed more, then the diversity dies out.
Throw it back, Avian.
The diversity dies out if they mix more.
That's true. Unless there are always some people who don't though. That's the thing. There's like just like a language, like Taiwanese. Like if people didn't speak it, it would die out. However, there are always going to be some people, hopefully, that will speak it. But with that said, doesn't mean that people here shouldn't learn English well or other languages.
Yeah.
So,
and I don't think that black culture dies out just because people start mixing. You go to
no birth record. Before him, there were none, and after him, there will be no more. And I want you to know what 47 of the best Hebrew and Greek scholars of the day were divided into 6 groups: 3 of the OT, 2 of the New, 1 of the Apocrypha. 2 of these groups met at Oxford. Okay, a group had complete. The Moors of Yorkshire. Right. Those don't look like Arab to me. These are Negroid. All right.
This is just a drawing. It don't mean nothing so far, right?
And noble family. It says Negroes in coat of arms. I think he's see him. You're relating that to what Joe said about the old forms of paintings of the religious folks were melanated, right?
Well,
But
just everything there.
Is this from an old book or something?
It's
Why do
old,
we?
yeah.
Why do we believe this? Okay, because it's an
It
old
says
book.
it's old, like the Negroids or Negroes are in the coat of arms and stuff.
I mean, I'm just wondering. 1 second, if the guy who's presenting this evidence, is it something that he drafted up his damn self, or
Doesn't look
where's
like
the
it.
source? I'm wondering.
It looks
But
like
go ahead.
old stuff. We'll take it. I mean, for me, I'll take it for its word. You know, this is some old stuff.
I mean, the
Maybe
words I
they'll
was
do
more
more.
impressed with than the images because I don't know where they come from. The words I can
Look like old newspapers, actually, right, CM? Like old newspapers or something. Like right here it says
Yeah,
race
it's like old
mixing in the
articles,
British Isles.
old pictures, like old
Yeah.
newspaper.
So this is race mixing in the British Isles. They don't want you to know. Okay, that's like a night. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. So blacks didn't just pop up in slavery. 'Cause that's what we're taught in America, more or less, back in the day. Like they only mentioned 2 times: the Civil War and also slavery. That's about it. But this is cool. Different stuff. All right, interesting. Yeah.
Just like all
There's
the Indian removal acts, they did like 5 Indian removal acts in America.
What does that mean? Indian removal act.
They had one in 1828. I know they had one in like the 15 or 1600s. They had one in 1924. Then they had another one in 1965.
Okay. Yeah.
The one in 1924 was when no black person could when they just made everything black and white.
Ah.
No black.
So wait, so what was the cutoff year you said?
1924.
'Cause that's very limiting. Wouldn't you say, Avian and Joe, Neuro? Just black and white, you know?
Yeah, there's, actually the word white and black, they're not precise racial classifications. You know what I mean?
No, I thought it was law. The law, right? Yeah, statuses, right? Like, for example, I heard somebody refer to as like the white
Yeah, I think
was
there-
like
I
a
think
free person, black.
Yeah, I think.
Like
Yeah, I think it's like a class.
slave.
I think it's a class. I think it's a class thing more than anything else. I mean, that's my kind of problem with it. And frankly, that's kind of my problem with the whole ethnicity thing. Is like a lot of the stuff about ethnicity is kind of becoming like more about class. And again, again, there's differences between people, but it's all because we're trying to mold ourselves into a system and
Yep.
say, well, I need to mold to this system, and how I mold
Yes.
to it proves my worth. And I think
It would
that's
de-
just an unhealthy way to look at things.
Yes,
Personally,
it'll
but-
determine certain things. I think at the end of the race conversation is the class conversation. We find out that we're all the same. We've all been fucked to some degree or another. CM
Yeah.
seems like he'd be good at that. He's like, my feelings are out of it. I'm just giving facts. We've all been fucked. And how do we join together now and come
Are we
around?
up fuck?
I don't
Yeah.
agree. I think blood and soil is important, and ethnos is important in binding the community and such. That's
Okay,
the
blood is
plan for
important. What does that mean?
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
I can explain. When people live on a land for a long time and they're homogeneous, their mind starts to have certain unique interaction with the environment, and their architecture can it's like there's a spiritual dimension to race. I think so. But not in
see,
the
here's
way
the problem with
that
your
people
argument,
say.
though. If that's the case, then you should tell everybody to go back to their original lands, or there's going to be a severe consequence to them, because the whole world has been migrating for at least a couple hundred years, right? So
Yeah, I agree.
Or
It's a
ever.
problem. It's
So-
a problem. That's why I'm an anti-modernist. I don't think the future is bright. I'm not. I'm a pessimist.
But
you know what I mean?
the problem
I
is
do
that
see
we're
the-
in this situation now and trying to like put this on people and say you got to start getting back to your blood and your race and your land. It's like I'm just saying like that's going to be a very hard thing to sell to people, especially women. In my opinion, right? Like if you're trying to sell women on that, they're going to be like very like, ew, that's gross. I mean,
Americans, that white motherfuckers think they own America. They ain't going no fucking where. You go back home. What do you mean?
It
I'm
happened in
American.
South
They
Africa.
ain't going no
South
fucking
Africa
where.
happened right now. We're witnessing that in South Africa. It's interesting. a lot of the farms were given to black folks. Interesting enough, I've heard the infrastructure now that the black folks are running it, more or less. I'll say the Africans, the black Africans, it's actually not as shit's like getting all messed up.
Yeah, it's not as hoity-toity.
Yeah, but again, like you know, and that's the thing is people are saying like,
At
well,
least
that's
there's no
because.
apartheid though.
Well, that's the thing is people
Yeah.
saying, well, that's because you know these people are not smart or they're all corrupt, and I think it's a very sophisticated thing. It's like they're trying to still maintain a modern system without all the
I got a
access to
clip
modern
for you in
things.
chat. I'm sorry.
So
I got it.
it's a lot of different moving parts all at once. I mean, you give everybody a cell phone and then say, okay, we're going to end apartheid. It's like you know you're shifting like Machine always says, like it's hard to stay neutral on a moving train because like you know everything's moving in a direction and then everybody's like trying to like grab onto something and hold it, but the train's not going to stop because you grab onto a light pole, right? Like it's going to continue going, right? So it's like,
right. So here's Joe's video. And you want to set it up, Joe? Why would I
this
ever?
is, I think I didn't watch it. I just Googled a short that YouTube is short about the paintings that they have in Russia, how they used to paint people black. I was something to say.
See that.
A trove of ancient paintings depicting Jesus and other biblical figures with dark skin, challenging conventional portrayals. These remarkable icons, dating back to the 1400s, offer a glimpse into a different narrative of religious artistry. While Europe often whitewashed...
Yeah, how many people had that in their house that way?
I know that
That's such a
exact
classic
one.
right there.
Well, you know that's Caesar Borgia.
Who?
Caesar Borgia.
What does that mean?
That's who the white Jesus is. The image is after.
Oh, I see.
The Pope's son. The Pope's son. Pope
So that's like a European, huh?
Yeah, he's the Pope's son.
First of all, that sounds weird. Like the Pope's son. I was like, I thought the Pope wasn't supposed to have any sons, but like, I guess they did it different back then.
Like you'll see, like if you want to look him up, like.
Yeah, I've heard about like those popes were doing some weird old debauchery shit in the open.
biblical figures, Russia remained faithful to historical accuracy. The recent exhibition in Angelo and Rome showcases 40 of these icons, hidden since the October.
Oh, that's cool. Like you would think, like, what the hell is Russia doing with this type of stuff, right?
Revolution to protect them from anti-religious sentiments. The unveiling has sparked global debate, with some attributing the darkened skin to age and others accepting it as it is.
Yeah, people like to blame that shit here in Taiwan, where you have the number one god called Matsu.
Yeah,
and it's like they're black. They're literally black if you go to the temple.
Right,
and I ask people about it here, and they go, "Well, that's because they burn the incense." No, it's not. No, it's not. Stop trying to cope and shit, bro.
But the Vatican has the best one. I'm gonna try. No, I'm not. I'm too lazy. But
regardless,
you can find that black statue of Mary before a picture. You saw that one before, huh? And maybe this is what they're referring to back in the day.
Of the interpretation, these icons prompt us to question our understanding of history and faith. They offer a refreshing perspective, challenging inherited narratives. While we've always known Jesus was black, it took Russia to reveal that message to others.
It looks like Mexican right there.
Russia has
like, what they call Latino Trump, whatever that guy's name.
But the Vatican has the best trove of them. They used to present all black too, and then at some point they started turning lighter. I saw the representation where they showed him the gradient of it until he turned totally white.
I think one of the let me see if I have it from over there.
Yeah, I've spent like hours, gathering ancient samples and even paying companies for, deeper analysis of my genome and stuff like that in order to determine ancestry. That's important to me. I think. I mean, it's fine if you guys disagree, but I am more.
And on that we disagree. We're asking you why is it important, and you haven't given a good reason.
I think because I think that the social structures of traditional pre-industrial society, like the hierarchy, they had the Indo-European hierarchy with the kings and the knights and the farmers. All of that matters, and it has a kind of deeper significance that is more metaphysical. And I do think bloodline has some special qualities to it that are that determine, where you land or your general spiritual disposition.
don't those bloodlines go with you if you move to fucking America from Iran with your Palestine with your incredible bloodline? You move to America.
Yeah, it was a
So
mistake.
what? Does the bloodline die? Is that foul?
Yeah, it's
If you
I think
mate
it was
with
a
someone
mistake.
who's
It was
not
a
of your
mistake.
bloodline, somehow are your children less as good as the pure-blooded children back in Iran? Is this where your logic is going? You're not being
Yes,
very
it is. Yes.
direct.
I think my
That's it.
parents made a mistake. I have a beautiful quote from a very good Persian film director that
Mhm.
ties into this. And I have to find the quote again. If you give me 1 minute, I'll read the quote. But yes,
Yeah.
it ultimately doesn't not do that. That's
You
one
you
reason I chose not to
you.
have kids because it's bad to do that. In my
It's
view.
bad. It's bad to have kids. What?
No, I feel like leaving your ancestral country because of blood and soil and
That's
having
dumb.
kids inside of your ancestral country. That I view that as personally wrong.
It's illogical. That's
It's my
So you don't
ethics.
have.
My
So
ethics.
that's the
That's
reason why you don't
illogical.
have kids. Your
One
wife didn't want to have
reason,
any
one reason.
kids
That's
either.
a big reason. Yes, that is a big reason. Yeah.
Is your wife Persian like you?
Well, yeah, but the thing is, I don't want to talk about that. But
You said you were
I want to keep that
indifferent
private.
to race mixing. You lied. You are not
I'm not
indifferent.
mixing. I'm not mixing though. I am not. I refuse to.
Yeah,
mix.
you said you were indifferent. It's clearly you're against it.
Yeah, I am against it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Gabe
Okay.
asked you directly earlier.
Are you against
Doesn't
that?
mean I view the individuals badly. I mean,
Joe, is
like,
he against this?
no, I'm
Oh,
not
Does
against
that trigger you?
Yeah, it's just it's not good to emotionally manipulate. I'm just speaking like from a
I know we're
philosophical
fucking with
angle.
you, bro. Just talking shit, bro. We love you. Yeah, we just that, but that's wild though. That's definitely wild to me how you said that, but it's all good. But yeah, what did I have for it? Oh yeah, we exposed something on CM's channel the other day, and it has to do with race and look how white Imperius is. This shit's crazy, right? CM, look at that. See that foot? That's Imperius's foot.
Oh,
Right there
I'm
on the
zooming in on the bottom right.
You gotta see that.
Oh, that shit was hilarious.
Yeah,
Can't
that's
even
his
see the
house.
foot. Where's the foot?
You got the bottom right square, Joe.
I
Let
got
me try
the,
to
oh,
try
there
to
it
zoom
is at
in.
the bottom of the screen. I see it.
Yeah,
I'm looking on
that's
a whole different phone.
yeah,
Yes,
it
it
got-
is.
What I was tripping on more than that, I mean, CM was getting on him for that, was the fact that like his bed was so small. It was like a twin bed or something. But he had his lawyer skills going or whatever because he flipped it. He's like, "That's for my dogs. That's not my bed." He said, "That's
I'm
my
not
dog."
buying
Yeah,
that.
That's
Makes
my
me
cat's
what?
room.
Makes
it's
me,
cat and dog. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
or either he has a lot of money or he's not trustworthy.
I don't give a. And
I
then
know
the guy on
people
the
who get
right, that's
apartments for their cats and dogs. Not, I don't know them personally, but I know some people do that.
yeah. And then there's the white Hebrew Israelite, right? See him on the right up there.
Yeah. That shit was crazy.
Christopher Robin up there. Oh.
Yeah,
I never
he
see.
was definitely fucking tweaking.
Hey, what's the name of Hebrew Israelite? Skywalker.
I don't know.
If
I know he's a
He
flat
talks
earther.
like one.
He's a flat earther. I
look
know
like
that
what he
shit.
said.
So he talks like one.
Yeah, that's what I
I'm
thought.
trying to get some ice cream, man. I'm gonna mute up.
Wait, hold on. Before you do that, Joe,
yeah,
because
yeah.
you gotta say hi to our new friend that's coming in right
Would
now.
be okay, because I know I'm not. As a real nigga with feminine energy, I am not okay with that.
You're
Pharaoh.
brilliant, Gabe. You're brilliant for that.
Are you down with,
What up,
are you
y'all?
down with the swirl, Peril? The swirl? Race
I'm
mixing?
Who's swirl?
Hurricane Peril? Are you down with race mixing?
The
Do
swirl.
you approve? Or
Race
do you
mixing?
disapprove?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Would you?
I mean, go ahead. Joe.
Are you okay with a race mixed race couple having a kid?
If I'm okay with mixed race couples, of course.
Yeah. I knew that. That's
Come
so
on.
good. Hey,
He's
Farrell,
a
I gotta
gooner,
get
of course,
ice cream, man.
respectfully.
I need energy. I've been smoking too much weed. I'll be
Gooner.
right
Go ahead,
back. I
Joe.
want to ask you about something. What do I want to ask you about? You, I saw something. I'm so high. Landry, that's what I want to ask you about when I get back.
Man, fuck
Can I read
that.
a quote? I want to read a quote.
Thank you. Thank
Where
you
you
for
find the
bringing them
quote?
up.
Yeah, I found the
Okay,
quote.
we'll get that real quick. But Aiden, you got your quote? You found your quote?
Yeah,
Go
found
ahead.
the quote. It's from this famous film director. His name is Abbas Kiarostami. When you take a tree that is rooted in the ground and transfer it from one place to another, the tree will no longer bear fruit. If it does, the fruit will not be as good as it was in its original place. This is a rule of nature. I think if I had left my country, I would be the same as the tree. He is a very good film director. Abbas Kiarostami. Yeah.
I don't think that was a very good quote, man. It was sound
Yeah,
like
how did
Cope.
I relate that to what you were
Sound
saying?
like Cope to me because everything, all the that's a dumb argument. I'll be back.
No, can you relate that again to what you were saying, my friend?
That is it basically, when your ancestors have lived on a land for thousands of years and you move, you're
Okay.
basically like
Yeah.
that tree. You're like that tree. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for that though. But I see what you say. So you wish you wish if your parents had to do it over, they would have never left
Yeah,
Asia
I think that
and
would have
stayed
been
over
better.
there.
Yeah, it would have been
Better.
better. It is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. CM, can you track your ancestry? Has it always been North America?
What did you say?
Has your ancestry always been North America, more or less?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know that DNA ancestry, you gotta be careful because somebody sent like a blood test in their dog and it was like 15% Nigerian.
Well, chaotic truth. I was like, well, he's Nigerian, right? He's Nigerian, right? He's Nigerian. Okay. I didn't mean to say he's a dog. I didn't mean to come out like that. But yeah.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's all very simple when you get down to it. It's like that's why I say I always say flip the maps because they split the profit off a certain way of thinking. And like dude was Neuro Jack was saying, like they keep us focused on race, we'll never get to like DNA coding and just the real things. Like we're focused on colors and shit.
Yeah, it's kind of a
And
we
think
have
about it, too,
bigger
like,
things to deal with.
Think about the variables of it. Like if we're focused on colors, we're gonna be focused on little shit like, oh, he has more money than me, that's why we're even focused on this, or he has a bigger house, or he has a girlfriend and I don't, or he has kids and I don't because he's black. And so to me, I say that to say this, it's all like, I'm not religious, but I do believe in like the duality like they teach us. So it's like a reverse idolization on both ways. And when you really think about it.
Yeah. Shadow Buddhist says, Gabe, do you remember I told you that my history was with the early Mennonites in Switzerland? Yeah, I remember you traced it back. Mennonites, Max, and yeah. Mennonites, are they the ones that disregarded technology? Or they didn't value technology or something like that? That's a Luddite. Never mind. That's a Luddite. Yeah. Y'all still there? We still there? Hello? Hello? Yeah.
Who are you talking to?
As I said, you guys are talking to you guys and shit. Here, let me play this. Speaking of race mix and shit.
I'm still waiting for the topic to bring up.
There we go. Listen, let me get this off the screen.
Oh, I'm curious.
Yeah, he saw that. Yeah. Yeah, you be watching, huh?
We cutting the conversation out just to watch Imperius? Are you kidding me?
No. I'm trying to get something else. I'm trying to get it off the screen, actually. Stop sharing, okay? Wait, hold on. I wanted to play this speaking about race mixing and whatnot. I got a little video I used to play. Let's see. Where are you at? I think this is it. Here. Wait, that's not it. Never mind. Damn. Anyway. Yeah, so-called elites. Who do you think is running the world? Do you think there's so-called elites running the world? Panel?
Well, I think it's like I said, it's you gotta look at the stuff they believe in, like duality, like shit like that, like yin and yang. Like they're always gonna have a black and a white version of everything.
Hungarian dialectic.
Yeah, oh yeah, I think it's
Hungarian,
something
yeah.
like that. Yeah, it's a bigger word. For
Yeah.
it. That's what they worship. It's kind of like it's like when it comes to Jesus, Satan, like it's your higher soul,
Mhm.
lower soul, but they're gonna keep you focused on the good and the bad, the light and the dark, the black and the white.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? So it's all the same game, just on different fields of life.
Right. I heard that.
I heard that higher self, lower self shit. I agree.
I mean, look at this girl.
Yeah, you never want to really go.
He's nice. I don't need no guy to validate that I'm fine. I know my worth is not based
I ain't
on
shit.
the outside. I'm in the
It's-
Top of my lungs, I'm the best fish ever walked. Kitty wet like a squirtle. Universe, she a portal. My pussy card, that's a floral. Can't catch me, I'm you, I'm immortal. Words don't fuck with morals. Be no ordinary girl. Bank account zero, stay plural. Got a fixation of sorrow. I attract like a
That
man.
shit's mixed functioning. This shit's, did you hear that?
We can hear it if the energy just is still.
You just couldn't see it, huh? Yeah. Hold on. I'm trying to get this shit off here. StreamYard's being a punk ass right now.
Everybody's saying that. It's time
Get
for
this
some
shit off, huh?
competition to slide in.
All
and
these
take
dudes
over.
want to make it. They want to make it rain, but come on, bro. Okay, here we go. Okay. Stop sharing. Shit. Do we have to play it to the end? So
I
it's
get
stop.
no respect.
Oh yeah, Perro. Joe Cool, you had a question for Perro. Hurricane Perro.
Well, he
Yeah,
kind of
finally.
before I even left that motherfucker gave me the answer. He said, "Fuck Landry."
Yeah.
Cool.
No, like finally you bring it up. Now that I found out that this motherfucker is dating Ezra,
Ezra,
aka Mindful
yeah,
Fullness. Now
exposure.
I'm in a mission to know how big his fucking dick is. I'm
Oh,
not
come
playing
on.
anymore. No, I'm not playing. Like I'm dead fucking serious. I want to know how big his dick is. Like
She's
there's
a
a
big
reason why
girl
she picked
too.
him.
She got to be at least 6 something, yo. She's big.
There's a reason why she picked him. And Ezra, I know you're watching this too, Harlot. Click the link.
Hey, you can call her a harlot. Come on, bro. We ain't doing that.
Harlot is
We ain't doing
is
that.
a PC name, so at
She's
least I'm not saying the
she's
B
a
word.
friend. She's a friend of mine. So is
love
Landry.
Another friend of yours. Oh my god! Now I'm
For
scared
sure.
to call out whoever I call out on your shit, bro. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ!
Well, I usually don't call
No,
out people
still,
on other people's show though, unless I'm defending unless they're like actually there. It'd be different if they were here. Maybe
No,
you guys can go at it.
She's not
Yeah.
getting away with it. I thought Beth was bad, bro. At least Beth is better. We all know that. But she went too far, man.
Ezra's cool, right, Joe?
I love Ezra. She's great.
She's good.
Yeah.
If she was cool,
That's so funny.
she would have kept her promise
You tell
by
a joke.
saying, "Oh, that she promised." Well, I laughing because that was funny. She ain't cool. If she was cool, she would have
She
kept her
didn't
promise.
laugh at something. What did
She would have kept her
What?
promise. She would have kept
She
her promise,
kept her
saying
promise.
that the promise that by talking to me and then ended up not replying back to me. Yeah, right.
I
That
think
she
I
ended
like
up
that,
on
huh?
Flow Stage panel drunk as shit, knowing that she was with Stephen David.
All right.
So I remember this shit like it was yesterday. No, she gone too far, bro. And Landry,
Did she
You
even
should
wait?
have
Did she even
shot
talk
your
to you?
shot, Perro, while you had the chance. You should
Yeah,
have shot your
don't be
shot,
jealous.
no, it's her. And
Bro. I
the
bet she'd
thing
have
is,
fucked with you too, Joe. I bet she would.
and the thing is,
He was
we
a
had
better
it out
man.
the first time because of the way she is. But now, like, she's still the same. She's still the same. Larry, find me in the Discord and send me your dick. Because I'm not playing with you anymore. No, I'm not playing anymore, bro. I want to know the size of his
Hey,
dick.
what's up, Wolfie?
I want to know why she picked him.
buddy? Yo,
I
what's
wanna
up
know
with
why
this
she picked
dude?
him.
Wolfie.
I want to know
What's
why
up?
she
Yo,
picked him, bro. Real talk.
yo, I want to know why you like dicks, man. What is going on?
How the fuck can y'all be okay with relationships like that?
knew you would. I just knew you would. Oh, Charlie, forgive me for
No,
putting
I
you
want to
through
know,
this.
bro.
Please,
I want to
forgive
know,
me.
like,
Come
straight
in.
up. Larry, send me your
Oh,
fucking dick.
Charlie!
Send it to me.
All
I'm
right,
still
you heard
waiting,
it,
nigga.
Landry. You lost Zero Check? Yeah, you're kind of confused with what just happened.
Yeah, I was
Fucking
on
white
you
boy.
earlier, and then I come
Bro,
back, and
this
it's
is
like this is the
shit like this is the reason why I don't trust women anymore. And they're not beating the Myron Gaines
You
allegations
trust man? You
whatsoever.
going? You're not going? No, Peril. Don't tell me you're gonna go with men now. You say you don't
Yo,
trust women.
No, I
yo,
only
he
cool
just
with
said-
y'all. I only
Hey,
cool
yo,
with y'all.
shut
Like,
the fuck up for a minute.
listen,
Yo,
Hey,
listen.
hey, don't
you
talk
shut
to
the
him like
fuck
that,
up,
though.
dog. Stop cutting me off, bro.
All right, fine, let's go.
As I was saying, the only person that I'm going to talk to now is the men. Because it seems like talking to women
Okay.
to me is fucking difficult.
No,
Like,
but
I
you
swear to
just
God,
said
Melody
for
is
those
on
of you
here.
that can handle that, more power to
I would
you.
agree with that, but it's not difficult in the way you see it. It's difficult,
Maryland.
makes you hesitate. Look like you have first shot at every one of these chicks, Pharaoh. It looks like
But Joe-
Every
you were
single
ahead
one.
of it.
It just look like it, bro.
Gabriel,
right
he
back,
just
Joe.
said white. He just said the white
What?
man is the reason
Yeah.
why he wasn't. That's what I
Well-
was gonna say. Well, you
Well,
can't
we
blame
have
anybody
the
else.
white man's avatar right here. This is the white man.
Yeah.
The white man.
This word is fucking disgusting, bro. Like I said, if we don't stand up for something, we will keep falling for everything. That's what I'm doing right now,
That's
standing
true.
up for something. And that is
Exactly.
corny ass couples like
What
that.
somebody said earlier? Would you get that from
You say
YouTube
corny
video?
ass couples.
Couples. Yo, you standing
It
up. What
It
the
is.
fuck is up?
It is, bro. It is. Someone has to say it. I'm sorry.
No, bro. There's better things to stand up for than ruining couples. I guess. I mean, I don't know.
No, that's a
I
good
don't
one.
care
You gotta
how
cheer
happy
them
the
on and
couple
hope
is.
for 'em.
If I see a woman dating a man with a fucking small dick, I have the right to call it out.
And
You're
forgive
not
me, I don't
sure,
know your
man.
story, so I don't know your story. You know what I mean?
I'm not gonna be an
I'm
ass
j-
kisser to be president. No, because I'm an ass kicker, not an ass kisser. That's the difference.
Avian, any thoughts, Avian Buddha?
Y'all
Yeah,
can laugh
well,
all you want, but y'all don't know
ultimately, I would
how
have
pissed off I
preferred
am.
to be something like a dragon or Garuda or something like that.
Okay. You're like he's dragging Maxa.
Yeah, I wish I would have like that. Yeah, thanks. I have to
Yeah.
pick.
Yeah. Landry was here earlier.
For a brief
Hurricane.
moment, yeah.
You missed him.
Yeah. I'm
he makes
glad
these-
I'm here
these-
too, MPC.
Oh,
I'd rather
yeah, I'm
be
glad you're
here
here
too.
too, man. Yeah.
But to
Yeah.
be honest,
It's good to have you, man. Maybe now this shit will work now. Let me see.
yes, brother.
Anybody find out that dick size yet, or?
I bet that white boy is too pussy to show it to me. He knows better.
What?
He knows better.
Nah, he's a heterosexual. I don't think he does that.
He knows better. He knows better what will happen.
Who's
if
gonna
I
do
beat
that
him.
really?
If I find it
Well, I
smart,
was
then
in-
fuck
No
it.
guy to validate
He's dead.
that I'm fine. I know my worth is not based on the outside.
Do you approve, Peril?
I'm in the shower, screaming the top of my
Huh?
lungs. I'm the baddest bitch ever.
You approve on this hippie?
Kitty wet like a squirtle. Universe, a portal.
What?
My pussy card that's so floral. Can't catch me, I'm you, I'm immortal.
Gabriel, I like real women.
Ordinary girl, bank account zero stay
I like women.
I know Neurojack
but
knows who this
women
is.
have something against them.
Is that the same hippie chick who was in the
Yeah.
car? It
Yeah.
is.
Let me
Yeah.
find out how
You
small
remember?
Landry's dick is.
Fine.
Let me find out that shit
You
is
think
small.
so? It's like some girl that Joe Cool would date for sure.
In a heartbeat.
And my titties nice. I
Anime
don't need no guy to
It's
validate
more pure.
that I'm fine.
The anime
She's an
woman,
OnlyFans model or something like that.
anime
That
women
bitch
are
just like
She's an anime woman.
yeah, because they're more pure. You know, it's like closer to like some platonic form or something. You know, it's like
Yeah.
it's pure. It's
You mean more pure than a real woman? An actual woman?
I mean, I like physical women, but I'm saying
For
that
sure.
being more pure about the
I see.
animated woman, about the
Oh, animated. I see. She's very animated.
Yeah,
I think this is AI.
No, it's not AI.
That's what I'm saying. It looks AI to me.
It looks like AI to me too.
You like those guys who are like everything is fake now?
No, I'm not saying that, bro. I'm not saying that at all.
Ordinary girl, bank account zero stay plural. Got a fixation of sorrow.
No, I'm just saying when shit looks that perfect and that good.
Oh, I see.
You know what I'm saying?
That's a real
It
thing.
makes me question it at least. I don't know if that's AI, but it makes me question it.
Now
You know
that's
what
a
I'm
real
saying?
one right there. That's a real.
I'll take your word for it, Gabriel.
Oh, I think
I'll
Landry's
take your word.
here actually. Peril, let me bring him up.
Oh, really?
Oh, this
bring
this
him up.
handsome guy.
Bring him up.
This handsome guy.
Don't do
I mean, eat my shit. You know, I mean, I'll shit in your mouth, El Perro. I'll literally do that. To you if you want me to.
El Perro?
Oh my God, dude.
I'm not
He
El Perro,
just-
so.
Okay.
Where's he at?
He's
Oh, he left. He left again.
He's gone again.
He left, bro.
Bitch ass.
Wow.
Let me find out that he has a small dick. Let me find out.
How the fuck do you shit in someone's mouth?
This guy is crazy.
The best box on the market. The best box on the market was during COVID. I remember that I copped some of the best box that money could buy during COVID.
You hear that during COVID? Shout out to Landry. It's all good fun. The best
This
box.
David Arquette looking at nigga.
That sound like Hurricane though, huh, Joe? That voice.
Hell no, I'm not, I don't sound nowhere close to
I
that.
guess it did. Yeah.
It did kind of like that's a compliment. That was a nice, strong
he
voice.
sounded, he sounded cool.
This nigga look like David Arquette, bro. Nah, too corny for me.
I'm falling out.
That's a
Gabe,
compliment.
I'm gonna cut out, man.
Yeah.
It's nice rapping with you guys.
All right, nice to see you too. Hey, remember I was only showing that shit earlier because you're the homie. Just because I don't like people lying and shit.
No, man.
You know,
I just said I've been looking for it. In fact, she sent me 3 different links with 8 different timestamps, and none of them was it.
Nah,
so
we got
I'm
you,
glad
Joe.
showed me. Yeah.
All right, OG.
later, guys.
Peace. Hey, what up, Rocky? Oh shit, you got a Hey, wait. What is that? Is that real? Yeah, don't show that
Mindful
shit.
Exposures. That's the worst name of my fucking life.
Yeah, hold
the
on.
worst name that I heard.
Hey, Rocky, can you move your change your avatar, please? Because I don't want to have any guns up on here, even if it is. People have been tripping lately. Yeah.
Really?
He's back.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
No shit.
It was a cool Tommy gun. Was that? I think it was a Tommy gun or something like that. Yeah.
One of those, dude. Imagine that. That'd be nice.
So what you guys going? So before we're about to bounce, but Rocky, Wolfie, Hurricane, the question was why the elites worship Satan. We're just talking about the so-called elites and whatnot.
Because
you ever thought about that?
Because they think the same. That's why the world is what it is right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's why.
The devil pays good.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Well, no, I was
They
gonna
think
say if you
alike.
want to go with music, they get them into these contracts, and if they keep going with it, you know how I don't want to, because if you're worried about a damn gun, then I'm not gonna say all the things that I know. But
Hey, I'd rather you say what you want to say as long as it doesn't violate TOS. It's just that guns violate TOS, so I don't want to. But go ahead, say what you want to say.
A gun is a tool, my man. Anybody.
I
can
didn't
use
write
it.
the rules, bro. Go ahead.
No, I know you didn't.
Yeah.
No, but I'm just saying, when you get into the rap game, they'll give you that. As soon as you sign that contract, they'll give you this much of money. You know how it goes, right? And then they go blow it all, and then they have to put out so many albums. And this, I'm just
And then
breaking it.
And they're indentured to them, right?
Yes, of course. And then they have to do these certain things, and they give up everything. And some don't. Some will just get bankrupt, or some will just keep going. I mean, it's obvious what you can see in the music industry, to the movies, to it's everything. I mean, that's just the one eye symbolism. Throwing the 6 up. You know how it is. That devil horns. It all started in rock and
there's
roll,
one thing about I talked about. I don't know if you caught me earlier when I was saying there's one thing about aesthetic Satanism, like the symbols and stuff representing certain themes, but there's another thing about actually worshiping, like a Luciferian, for example.
Yeah,
But,
no, I understand that. Yeah, I understand what you're
But I see
saying.
what you mean.
But it's all connected, dude. These are like the Baphomet, the Boule, the black fucking Masons. Do you know how all that goes, bro? They all do these things.
Yeah, I've done videos about the Boule for sure. The black gatekeepers. Go ahead, Rocky.
They get you in a bad situation and then blackmail you.
Compromise you, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's down the line. Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I was gonna say LeBron. I'll shut up after this. LeBron has it's on his chest. It's tattooed on his chest. No, it's the no. It's the boule, the Black Mason sign on his chest, dude. So yeah.
Where's my?
I'm sorry,
I have it on my
Rocky.
channel. Do for self 100. Check out if you want to have some of my earlier work. Go to a channel called @Do for Self 100, and it's and I have a video I made about. It was a podcast that we used to do about the boule, and I have this. I'll show it real quick. It's really. I had fun making this video and doing the podcast. Where is it?
Yeah, and you know Shaq's in the masonry. He shows his ring on TNT every time. You don't mind. Like,
yeah,
all these people, they're all in brotherhoods, like a police are in a brotherhood. They're
We were
all
in a-
gangs,
yeah.
bro.
We
And
were
they
in a
call
good
them
brotherhood
secret,
here.
but it's not yeah, right?
Here you go. This is our video on boule. Our show on the boule.
And saves his master that was drowning. Very interesting scene there. If you all know how to decode what you see, what you're looking at.
Boule. Will Smith.
Shout out to
Lethal Weapon 4.
So I said I mentioned.
Hey, yo,
Will
what
Smith.
the fuck?
Yeah.
Will Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember that?
Denzel.
Will
This is that movie's called 6 Degrees of Separation. You ever heard of it? It's his first movie. It's like a ritual, people say.
Shout
Where
out to
he,
Lethal Weapon 4.
Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah.
So something.
What?
Both
Part
is
4 is my favorite.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's all out there though, dude. That's why I say this is the devil's realm, dude. This is his realm, bro. God gave it to him, you know what I mean? And
Yeah, the
we're
prince
here
of
to
this
save
realm.
shit. You know, in the air, you know what I'm saying? In the air is music,
Prince of the air.
frequency. Yeah, frequencies.
And air is considered in astrology the mind and communication. The air elements.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And,
He just
and
rules
that's
that.
why, and this is why I keep leading to the devil and the angel on your shoulder, in your ears, bro.
Yeah, I want to say something.
It runs deep, bro. People don't want to believe it. That's fine because everybody's on that hamster wheel, and it is what it is.
Yep. Go ahead, Avian. You're right,
Wolfie,
Wolfie.
you said guns are tools. I would say guns are tools, but swords are reflections of the sacred. So I would say something about swords is closer to the sacred, whereas
got
guns
swords,
are just mere tools, and they lack this sacredness of swords and stuff and shields.
Interesting enough, the swords and the tarot card represent the same thing as the air element, the mind. So yeah, swords can be daggers. Your words can be daggers and swords too.
Yo, Gabriel.
People
The
there.
word of
Yeah.
God is sharper than any two-edged sword.
There you go. Yeah.
It's more.
Did-
powerful.
No, I wanted to just.
Words
Oh,
are
go
more
ahead. I'm
powerful.
sorry.
Words are more powerful than swords. The word of God is more powerful.
Yeah. That's why talk is cheap.
Right. It is. It's a fucking dime a dozen. Let me just finish this up real quick.
There's quite a few other people also. I mentioned Will Smith and
Old teacher supreme.
Denzel Washington, also as well.
Malcolm X.
And,
Grifters.
Yep.
We might get into him coming up next.
Okay,
He's the one
they
that gave
come
us the dog biscuits for training day.
What's up, Rick? Rocky?
Well, they're anti-gun in real life, but they use guns in all their fucking movies. They're-
Right, exactly. Yeah. They don't want you to have it. They have bodyguards and they probably even have them too, but yeah. Yeah.
And
These are the boule.
he's been in quite a few other movies. Actually, I want to read a list because it's very interesting. The
Sidney Poitier.
the movies he's been in.
Julia
He
Roberts.
started off. There's a
People
movie,
worship these. People worship
Yeah.
some of these stars.
Look at the star, just like astrology, the stars.
That's why they're called
and
stars.
Right, and they're on the silver screen.
playing a carbon.
The first movie he was ever in where he played like a black guy that wanted to be like a white. He wanted his father to be white. It was called Carbon Copy. Most people don't know that.
My pastor used to say, "They're good
You
for
gotta look at that.
entertainment, but don't listen
Mm-hmm.
to nothing they say." They're good
Yeah,
for
well, you should.
entertainment, but don't.
You can
listen
decode
to
them for some.
Their political.
Yeah, you shouldn't worship objects and things like that either. So.
Yep,
Carbon Copy.
that's good, Rocky. Luffy.
You got to look at that movie. If that's not some bootleg,
I mean, look, he's literally walking in his steps.
what the hell is?
That's
Look at that
bootleg.
movie.
Look at that.
If that's not some bootleg stuff, what the hell is? He was in the movie John Q, which grossed $71 million. These House Negroes. His top movie, I think his gross was American Gangster. This is where he played or portrayed the I forgot his name, the guy that he's supposed to
Frank
portray.
Lucas. True story.
That, he was the big drug dealer that the CIA had working for him. That brought a lot of coke during the 70s in the U.S. shores from overseas during that Vietnam War. And Frank Lucas, that's his name. He played Frank Lucas, and also the Out of Time, where he was a corrupt cop in that movie that he had stole some money or something, and the people were looking for the money that was evidence, and he was tied into it. And The Devil in the Blue Dress and Virtuosity, I spoke on that movie before, what that represented. Of course, Crimson Tide.
That was a good one.
Malcolm X. All these, I'm going to tell you, Out of Time and Mississippi, Messiah.
That was interesting. It was an Indian woman that lives in Mississippi who ended up being with Denzel.
That's where he was messing with an Indian woman.
Yeah, you know what's crazy about that movie? Is when he's with that chick and then it switches to the other chick and then to the other chick, and he's like, it was freaking weird, but yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? And they're making love type shit. It was fucking weird.
He was thinking about the other one. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you notice, most of the women weren't black he was with, because I think Adrian was talking about that earlier, about how a lot of mixing and stuff. I mean, even though for me, that's fine.
I think a lot of movies are ritual initiations, and we don't even know it. They're trying to initiate.
Yeah, for sure. I think so. That's when you see it. You see it with their production company, like a big mountain, or a woman Columbia, who is like with a Ishtar, type stuff. Yes.
Worship and shit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then the
Training Day was fire, though. I watched that movie.
Yeah, it was. I watched that movie every single day.
Look at this right here.
Yeah.
Training Day and Malcolm X. To me personally, I think he should have, if he's gonna he should have won it for Malcolm X, this movie right here. But it makes sense that he got the award for being a bad guy, not a righteous guy.
He's one of my favorite actors too, until I find out all this bullshit, and I'm like, yeah, fuck these people.
I mean,
you know what I mean?
I mean, he's still my favorite actor. I don't mean I want to be like him. Like, he's a great actor. If you keep it into that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I see what you're saying. You see him for more outside of being the actor, which is the whole picture, more of the whole picture, huh? You're saying.
Right. Exactly.
There have been 2 movies where he's playing where he's into the black woman. I think The Book of Eli. He had a
The Book of Eli was garbage. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
The mother, the Bone Collector.
It was trash, bro.
He couldn't move in that movie.
Playing a good
there was
Negro
no
boy
happy
in The Bone
ending
Collector.
on that movie.
His master solved murders of other Europeans getting killed. This guy here is one of the biggest houses of bootleg Negroes in Hollywood, Denzel Washington. Remember the Titans, where he plays a
remember that movie?
Coach, trying to get everybody to hold hands and whatnot. More house. The definition of house Negro. Go look it up.
Oh, this one right here.
I shouldn't have to add any more.
Is that Django?
If you just know the definition or how to define.
I have fun making this video.
Define house Negro.
That's
the Book of Eli was okay.
Yeah.
It had some information in it.
Hey, Morgan Freeman, he played a
some of these
pimp.
guys just until recently, and Morgan Freeman was another person.
Driving Miss Daisy.
He's been in movies where he played God and whatnot. They hinted to you all subliminally. The deep impact of a black president.
I know, Rocky, you remember that one, right? Remember Deep Impact? He was the president. Yeah. That's predictive programming right there. It looked like Obama from far away.
Yeah, that was right before Obama was president.
Yeah.
That was programmed in you all back in the 90s.
Also 24, right?
Morgan Freeman and
The show.
that fella from the 24 series.
He was the president too in that show.
They know what they do when they do little stuff
From
like that.
San
How you
Mateo,
all would
California.
react.
They get you to fear
And
shit.
then when the real thing comes,
they'll
Right.
make movies about like Mexico, like kidnap. There's not
Trap-
kidnappers
tra-
in Mexico. You can't.
Yeah. Yeah. Now they're saying that in the news, actually, the stories and stuff. Traffic, remember that movie?
see you all.
Look, it's the same thing. Look, this is real. What's real? What's fake?
Just like I mentioned before about
True Lies.
and other anti
That's 9/11.
anti-terrorist movies
You know what
that were
CIA
pretty
stands
much prepping
for?
people back in the 90s.
What's that?
Catholic Intelligence Agency. They started the intelligence agency first when you confess to the.
Oh,
Father.
yeah.
You confess to
That's
the
true,
Father,
huh?
dude. Just like everybody now is confessing their shits on Facebook, you know.
Yeah.
They invented crack in the U.S. If y'all
Even
didn't know.
us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we're gonna do. Actually, you think that would you guys enjoy a broadcast on that? About that, like on the drug trade, how it was like used for gun trafficking and also to bring down the neighborhoods and stuff. I mean, for gun trafficking,
The black
Iran
community.
Contra.
Medissa Carter in Arkansas got caught smuggling drugs
into the country. Yeah.
Yeah.
And movie True Lies and quite a few other movies.
Did you see how that plane hit? That looked crazy, right? Look at this shit.
Yeah, it's so fake. It looks gotta be real.
What
that
the
were
hell?
Pretty much prepping people back in the 90s.
I don't know.
Movie True Lies and quite a few other movies.
It's awful, whatever it is.
And it came out. They came out the
where
other
actually there
end.
were Arab
The other end.
terrorists.
Cut through
Where
steel
9/11 got
beams.
started.
Do you see what is Neo? Did you ever notice what Neo's birthday is?
Predicted program.
It's
Implanting.
9/11 2000. Let's see,
Yeah, they
Mr.
said
World
9/11.
Trade Center. Yeah,
You think
it's kind of strange, right?
Yeah, it could
real,
be.
It's a
Dang.
script.
September 11th, same date.
It's all scripted. They
Right. Could be, huh?
I think they were trying to
event
warn us.
that
Or
they
something.
wanna-
I don't know.
I think so too.
have you support them on is already there. It's just
What's up,
like how
brown
they
boy?
know how you react to your little gas
The
prices.
Reagan,
And all they gotta
right?
say is it's because of Saddam or it's because of the Afghans or the
Like now,
Iranians.
think about all the bullshit that's happening now. They're going to use the Iranian conflict to hide other things, huh? Right now, huh?
in other words. Or now they say it's because of Gaddafi in Libya.
Gaddafi, he wanted to put his country on the gold standard. He didn't want to fuck with the other countries, and they killed him in front of his grandchildren and his children and stuff.
They got to get rid of all the countries without a Rothschild bank. Central.
Right. That's sad, bro. Look at this shit right here.
If you want lower gas prices.
Look, granddaughter.
These people are always systematically
Very
hijack
cute.
your thinking.
Very cute.
If you don't know how to think. Now, if you know how to think, you read these people like a book. If you don't know how to think, then they think for you.
There's your LeBron Wolf.
That's not what's taking place. That's what's been taking place for quite a long time now.
They're all actors, globetrotters, and shit.
Somebody said
Well,
Chris
pretty
Rock
much.
had a movie where he played the first black president. It was a silly movie, though. However,
Oh, that was a dumb movie. Yeah.
symbolic or subliminal.
Obama.
That's the fact of the matter. They know what they're doing.
This is 2012, right?
All
Remember that
these
movie?
Yeah.
Destruction movies and all
Trying
that
to
stuff.
scare people.
They're prepping your mind for that too. When you're gonna see certain things, and it's gonna be somewhat of an expectation because you've already have it in your mind and in your thinking. You're not gonna see anything wrong with it.
It's the mud flood.
Yep. Exactly. I was right here. The Tupac hologram right here. They're gonna use those holograms to get you. Yeah.
When it's gonna
The mud flood. You need Tartarium. You're saying
some type of movie. When it's gonna be reality. Or
Virgin
is it-
Mary in Mexico, right there. Allegedly.
This is very real.
Hologram.
Mary
He just
worship.
had
That's
put
the
his movie or
Muslims
his view
worship Mary too.
before the actual real
They
deal.
call it Miriam or something like that.
Fatima.
Miriam.
Fatima.
Oh, Fatima.
No,
Whew.
They don't
Fatima.
realize that
Fatima.
the Muslims don't realize that it was created by the Roman Catholic Church. Mohammedanism was created by the Roman Catholic. You can do research. Walter.
No, like the guy we used to hang out with, and that he's not there. Their brother Ali, he said the same thing. I remember Supreme. I brought this up the other day, I think, and you were like, "Nah, it's not a thing." I think you said, yeah, but yeah, I haven't done the deep research on it. I read some blog posts on it before, but yeah. That's crazy, bro. Yeah, I'm about to shut it down, guys. I'm about to get ready for class. Appreciate you guys coming on.
I appreciate you having me, man.
Yeah, thank you for coming up, man. It's been awesome. Thank you, Wolfie.
You could
Hurricane Paro.
You could tell from my
Appreciate
voice that I am suffering right now after what I witnessed. That's why I put justice for Paro.
Okay, well, I hope everything works out. We're pulling for you. Yeah, I don't want to see any dude's dick or anything like that, but
I was just gonna say that.
we're pulling for you.
Yeah, leave the dicks out of it, man. You'll be all right.
That's just a me
thank-
problem, I guess.
Yeah. Nah, but we got you. I got your back in other ways. But Sheila,
Later,
I
guys.
appreciate you. Thank you, Wolfie. Avian Buddha. Appreciate your wisdom you bring and experience. And our elder on the panel, Mr. Rock E, always coming with the fire.
Oops.
Yeah.
Sorry about
I saw that you said oops. Oh shit. Does it work, Rocky?
I just clipped that. It's a
Okay.
chopper from the gangsters.
Mm-hmm.
The gangsters
Nice.
in the 20s, they used to have
Yeah.
choppers.
That's right. The Tommy guns. Thompson.
Tommy gun. Yeah.
Yeah. World War II, they used to use those too. So shout out to everybody in the chat. What's the matter? You, Wicked, appreciate all your work. Justice for Power for sure. Brown's Boy, my brother Shadow Buddha, Hugs, Avian, Reddington, everybody, Lizard Tree in the building. Yeah, everybody. Miss Marilyn, Nude Guru. Yeah, we appreciate you, man. And look out for those demons, inner and outer. Appreciate you. Shout out to ASAP. Love you.